Hello again. Greetings, blessings, salutations, brothers and sisters. Welcome back to Chats with Jack. It is Sunday afternoon. This is a slightly different time. And, for those who caught the thumbnail, yes, having a little bit of fun with myself, as myself, at myself, recognizing who I am. I am a man of peace. I arrived today, hit go live today, hopefully to offer some joy, some inspiration, some encouragement, all of those things. I want to share some love, because love, man, love truly is the answer. Brothers and sisters, our humanity, the whole world, it is so confused. I used to be amongst the confused. Maybe you're not, maybe you are, but either way, hopefully you can receive some encouragement and a little joy for your day to share with those around you. See, I'm starting a little early today with a little devious mind in mind, but not really. My intention, it's actually in the description. I do hope, and the title today, Agreement Through Acceptance. That is the way to find agreement, is through acceptance, through agreement of facts, acceptance of what is relevant, what is not. It's the way conflicts are resolved. It's really kind of basic when you have time to stop and think about it. And I've been thinking a lot. How do I resolve conflicts? Whether I'm in them, whether I started them or not, how do I resolve conflicts in the world around me? I got some ideas. So one of the most conflicting individuals I've encountered recently has been here part of this journey, Mr. Paula von Slavia. Holy cows, man. That man is very creative at finding disagreements and conflicts. He's a force. Maybe a force to be reckoned with, maybe a force to be respected. Nonetheless, he is a powerful individual. And today I'm planning, should the opportunity still be going, when I bring my mind back to what my plan was. I plan to try and figure this StreamYard out thing and try and join him on his panel. And here, actually, let's start with that. Why not? I think it's that one. Looks like they're still going, so that is good news. That's probably where I'm going to head over to. And for those who might be present or curious, there's the channel I'm talking about. But before I do that, actually, let me come back to me first. Before I do that, I want to continue to kind of share what I've already received today. I ventured out this morning to one of my favorite congregations, one of my favorite services. And again, whether it was synchronistic it was beneficial for me, the reminder of God is the good. And I didn't get a chance to really talk with people who know the Bible, but I know there's something to be said about that. That even the Christ, when he walked, mentioned that only God is the good, or God is the good. So the good is God. The good is there. It's always there. Okay? But whether the good is recognized or not, that is what makes and breaks our lives, our experience. Can you find the good? See, the good must be sought sometimes. God must be sought. Love must be sought. That which is worthy must be sought. You know, sometimes we got to make sacrifices in order to receive that which is good. But if the result is good, isn't it worth it? So, to me, what I've accepted within me is that God is the good. So, what is good? What is good is that which is true. That which is true and good brings forth love. And there's good and truth within me. There's good and truth within you. There is love available to come forth through all of us, for the joy of nothing more than just sharing love. Because today, brothers and sisters, I mean, this was the thought I was walking into the church. The sun has risen for us again today, every day. And isn't that what allegedly the gospel was supposed to bring, right? The gospel in the records of the Bible that's been passed down generation to generation. For us, the gospel was the good news that the sun has risen for us. Life is the God. God is the good. But see, then I started thinking more too, right? Well, it's all I do is think. I think a lot, purposefully and with intention. See, we are born into this realm, into this form of being a human. And we come into this birthed through the mother and the processes of mother and father, right? And biology, chemistry, all that stuff brings us into being. But we come in with this veil, a veil of ignorance. And it's kind of a clean slate, you know, and as we go through time, we start gathering experiences and memories and information, and that's what life is. Life is just a journey through time, right? From your place, your perspective, your advantage, your disadvantage, whatever. Life is your experience of you and all that is. All that is outside of you is information. Information that brings forth, you know, triggers our senses, our sight, sound, all of this. It's information. Now, the truth, the answers, all of the answers and all of the explanations that comes from within. Well, information includes explanations that are given to us through the schools, the society, through language. So we receive all this information, all of this, all of these explanations and instructions as we go through life and evolve into who we are today. But all of that information, there's an answer and a truth and a knowing. It's all within. It's an amazing paradox, this life experience is, but it's for the purpose of development. It's for the purposes of joy. It's for the purpose of love and life and knowledge. We've got a lot of people in our society right now who are quite confused. Okay. And at the church service I went to today, they offered a reminder. I love this pastor. This guy, I'm blessed to have discovered some inspiring people, but He pointed out at the end of the church service that this, as the Christians leave the church, that's when service begins, because that's when they carry the word out into the community through their words, their deeds, their actions. So the Christians carrying the messages and the truth of what is loving and righteous and truthful. I'm inspired that to try and bring those to where it seems they're really in need, right? Where I see the real need, where I'm feeling a sense of urgency, is to have these conversations and the people that are currently flaming the climate for wars. I don't know. I don't know what the future might bring, brothers and sisters, but there's many people betting against me, that's for sure. But I do have hopes that somehow, some way, even if I just inspire someone else to do it, I see playing a part in this lifetime of bringing peace to this world, overcoming the oppression, the conflicts, the cycles and generations of profitable wars. But so far, it's been an interesting adventure. And as I'm speaking, I'm being reminded, let's see what's going on with our brother.
Influence or act on that being in order to influence their behavior, whatever which way. But to presume that I have an authority over an autonomous being, no, I don't. Really? The universe does. If anything, I don't. I don't have an ability to say, I'm going to take your freedom and do harm to you because I say so.
You can say you got to go to bed because you're a kid.
You want to call it legitimate, limited capacity of authority?
Oh,
I've considered.
Energy is so apparent there already. But there's some good people over there. What I think I am going to do is I'm going to try and stream it, see how this works out. Let's do this. And let me do this. Okay. So I think I'm set up to go over there. I'm not sure if I need to mute stuff or not. And just so it's known, whoops, wrong way. Meant to do. There we go. My purpose is to try and share peace wherever I go. Today, the thumbnail, imagine disagreements, imagine conflicts. Oh, hey, actually, before I go that way, let me share this instead. Oh, I got to do this. Did that go away? Whoops. This is what I shared on the other ones, right? Imagine how different our relationships would be, our families would be, our communities would be, when in the face of imagined disagreements, we step into curiosity. Imagine the answers we might discover if we move past our disagreements, past the negative, in order with the intention to discover the good, to find the silver lining, to find the step forward. Imagine what we could accomplish. And then, I don't know who Dodinsky is, but some people will always find a way to get offended about whatever you say or do. It is prudent not to let your serenity get entangled with their imagined conflict, and with a clear conscience, steer your life out of their way. Now, that advice, that recommendation of steer your life out of their way, admittedly, I have not been that great at doing so. Let me pop that there. And that there. And so I'm going to head over to that panel. Not sure about dropping the link into my own chat. I may or may not. But the link to where Paul's platform is there. And should it go poorly there, I'll return here and open up my panel, at least for a little bit. Praise be. Let's see how this goes.
What are we doing? It means in force. Are we really going to be this obtuse today?
To take it to the other extreme, and I hope this doesn't bring down the energy or anything, but when my boy died, I realized when I couldn't force the breath back into his little lungs and bring him back to life, I realized at that point, or not at that point, but years later after I thought about it, that was the point where I should have realized I don't have authority. If I
that makes
again,
no
the word
sense.
is in.
No, that makes no sense.
The word is in force. So if we use the force, then violence should not be necessary. If we neglect the force and the co-creation, we have to physically enforce with physical force what should be understood as a co-creational metaphysical understanding.
Why does force have to be violence? What about, or maybe there's violence, if I snatch my kid away from the fire?
Again, it doesn't have to be. If you're stopping violence, it's force, but it's not force when you're the initiator and aggressor. If I tell Mitchell to do what I want him to do and he doesn't, and I go to spanking him over my knee, whether he's a child or an adult, I'm using violence. If he wants to use force to stop me from doing that, he has a right to do that. So again, they don't have the same connotation. That's why when policy enforcement calls it force, they're using violence. They're violating my rights to enforce a policy that I don't have to adhere to because I'm not part of the corporate capacity.
What is the mom doing snatching the kid away? That's force without violence?
Absolutely.
All right. I think
and when it comes to domination,
go ahead.
And when it comes to domination, I think domination is the ability to enforce your own motions within your immediate area. You don't have domination over the entire world unless you've been on the entire world. You have domination of yourself and your area, that which is above and that which is below. That's why we have this 3-foot thing about our own personal space. That's your dominion. That's what you have domination over, is yourself.
What's
and
that
when it comes
etymology
to
of
violence,
dominion, Wizard? Do you know?
The what?
Do you know what the etymology of dominion is?
I came on here because
I believe it's just what Joe said, enforcement. The ability to enforce.
If I might add just a little bit.
Latin for Lord. God is giver of dominion as an acronym. Dominus.
Again, we could go just correlation, right? There's domicile. So I have dominion over my domicile, which is my vessel in my house, if you want to put it that way, right? I'm just saying that colloquial, the connotation we get from dominion because of the scripture as well. Man was given dominion over the earth. They take that to mean they get to kill all the life on it and justify it. I don't accept it. So, man was given dominion over his domicile, his vessel, and whatever extends off of that with a limited trustee capacity to do stewardship, not to dominate, control, to divide, and destroy.
Yeah, and that's to rule over one's house. And as Thomas said, etymologically, the true origin is the ad domini, the Lord. This is in the year of our Lord, AD, ad domini.
Makes sense. So
literally means the Lord.
To lord over someone, that's logical.
Go ahead, Mr. Talcott. I'm sure Mr. Talcott would like to contribute to the conversation.
You're muted. It'd be difficult while you're muted, Jack.
I was actually
He's contributing energetically.
Actually, I was just putting these thoughts into the chat. I had myself muted, so the keyboard wasn't coming through. I'm streaming. I'm already I started my stream and with the intention of trying to figure out how to join you, Paul. Looks like I may have succeeded.
So you're restreaming on your end over here right now?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, now that to me is synchronicity, because I actually had a thought earlier. I'm doing the Talcott. I had a thought earlier today, and I was actually going to reach out to Jack and go, I wanted to test his like will with power and like where we're at. I was going to say, Jack, why don't you do the stream with me today? Because remember in the beginning, I go, Jack, don't neglect your responsibilities. Stay in here. Go do what you got to do. I wanted to put the spin on that and go, Jack, come over here and restream on my panel to your area today and see how your audience takes it. But I didn't get into it. Sure enough, that thing, whatever, got right into him, and here he is. And we were streaming over there. So they can't stop the Unslavia Talcott emerge, no matter how hard they try, no matter how hard that Damon and you tries either. You can't stop it.
That's actually exactly what I did. I changed the time of my stream, started early. I said some opening remarks and wished myself luck. I said, here we go. I'm glad to see you. And I'm glad to,
glad to see you as well.
Like that.
I'm always glad to see you. I just have now got into this mode where there's the slightest bit, if nothing else, of anticipation of ending the way we have so many times before. So I'm sure you can understand that. But with time and sort of reconciliation, I'm sure that will mitigate.
Dope.
That's what I figured.
What the hell is all that noise? Wizard, is that you, man? He's got the pineal effect now, the vacuum cleaner from this new
vacuum.
I
I'm
know
singing some vacuum.
Or it's Thomas. Thomas has been muted, hasn't he?
Been muted.
All right. Well, Thomas, what do you got? You got anything? You didn't come up here just to look pretty, I'm sure.
No, I came up because Mitchell asked, what is the root of dominus in terms of dominion in terms of etymology? And I know that dominus is Latin for the word Lord, which is where we get dominion and God from, in terms of the Proto-Indo-European root. But as Wizard was saying, there may be more to it.
Thomas, do you have authority over your kid while he's still a kid?
Authority, as per the root word, just means you are one who authors something. So unless your kid signed anything, yeah, your kid maybe in another life said, this looks like somebody I might want to let be my dad. But like Paul was
this
saying,
life,
you don't have the ability to just do whatever the fuck you want.
You have the ability.
Not authority just because you keep your kid away from a light socket. That's just being a good person. They don't have to be your kid for you to protect them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the closest thing you could look at it is
keep Paul away. I could snatch Paul away from something then because I decide that it's dangerous for him. I'm just being a good friend. No, I might be exerting some authority.
But we also have to take a back. Like if Paul is retarded and he likes to stick forks and light sockets, we got to let him do it because he's probably been told 1,000 times not to do that. But it's a whole nother thing. If you're the only one that knows that this bridge is about to collapse, maybe stop someone from going on it.
I'm still laughing at this.
Again, there's a fine line between administrating and interfering with the free will. So you want to tell the being, hey, if you go to do this, here's what's going to happen. If they go to do it, you got to kind of find a space in you to allow them to make their mistakes. Presuming that it's not going to be a fatal one, in which case you might exert a little bit more care to stop them, like maybe take the child's hand. No, you really don't get it. If you put this fork in here, you might not come back. You're dead. You're gone. You point at the dead animal on the ground and go, that's going to be you in about 5 minutes if you do that. And then maybe you take the fork.
So do we let the
kid... There comes a time, especially the age of reason, where if you impute the proper morals, logic, and ethic, and more importantly, you show them functional behavior, because children tend to do what they know, and what they know is what they're shown, not what they're told to do, right?
Agreed.
And we're all kind of like that. We mimic what we're shown. We don't do what we're told.
Agreed.
Unless you're a slave and you got a cop around you, in which case they can order you around like a dog and you'll sit and stand and roll over.
No.
But we have so many little boys growing up to be women because they're in single mother households. So they do what their moms do instead of what their dads, because they ain't got a daddy to teach them. It's pathetic.
How much of that could be true, right? Is it feasible that when all the dads started leaving the households, did more more guys become homosexual? I wonder, because it sounds logical. I wonder.
Again, there may be a link to this idea of homosexuality and biochemistry. If somebody is, they tell stories about folks praying the gay away, right?
Yeah.
And they think that this is a godly ordeal. I think it's more the idea of, depending on your nature and nurture, epigenetics kind of flip on and off, and you start to embody more of a feminine archetype versus a masculine archetype.
Dig it. Yes.
So we tend to be, as vessels, fluid and dynamic. This is what we notice. Adaptable, what they call evolution. I call adaptation.
I think there's both, right? There are some kids that father can be in the house, whatever it is. You can tell that dude is gay when he's young as fuck. And then there are others that I think, are do the I'm confused shit, trying out both sexes, blah, blah, blah. I'm confused.
The fact remains the same, that through the system and the way it's been either designed or accepted, not making a victim out of people, but certain things are communicated indirectly. So again, when a man is a soon-to-be man, boy, is up under a woman all day, every day, while daddy's out of the house, there is no functional view of what he is to turn into. He is slated to turn into what he is viewing on some level.
Logical.
What he is spending the most time with. He's going to take on that internal resonance of that being more than the other being.
That contributes to some people being gay. But some kids, I'd be so young. They'd be so young. I'd be thinking, oh my God, I think that cat was. He's got more of the whatever chemical is being processed.
You're confusing homosexual with effeminate. Someone could be effeminate and be biologically heterosexual, right?
No, I'm talking about some
just
guys
because they pick up the mannerisms of the woman that they're up under doesn't necessarily mean that they're oriented in a homosexual manner,
Yeah.
So I think that there's a portion of this that's biological and epigenetic. And I think that it is, to a certain degree, fluid, dynamic, and malleable. It would seem to me, just as a genetic survival skill, that if a being, like we see in prison, gets locked up, they may have never entertained homosexuality on the street. 10 years into a prison sentence, they've adapted. They're never going to see a woman again and never have an opportunity to have sex with one again. So in their mind starts to open up the possibility of entertaining the same sex in the same way they would a woman.
I think that's exactly what I'm talking about. I think that's exactly what I'm talking about.
And I think that's one of the things that I have talked to a few gay people I know that do attribute their gayness to childhood trauma, and specifically, abuse, sexual abuse.
I got gay friends who say the same thing.
And so I would say that the problem with born that way, whether we're talking about bipolar disorder, sexual orientation, whether we're talking about, anything in those spectrums, if we think that they're born that way, we'll never look for the trauma that's caused someone's behavior, right? So even in that jail setting, just being in jail is trauma enough, right? So again, it's still fluid and malleable in terms of sexual behavior, because mutual masturbation in any aspect, even for two people not choosing to procreate, even in heterosexual sex, if you're not procreating, you're really just mutually masturbating in a heterosexual way, in my opinion. So I think it's unfortunate that we've got this model that born that way makes us not capable about talking about the traumas that bring us to a scenario.
Let me just say that. Excuse me. That's exactly what I gave you some pushback against. I thought you said that if you believe in born that way, you will not investigate the trauma. I don't believe that to be true. You must find a way to do both.
Well, I think what she's saying is that's kind of like the push for a lot of, like, in society. If you tell people they're gay because they're born that way, then they will not speak upon their trauma.
This is true, but you must be true. This is true, but you must be honest.
Again, I don't perceive a reality where we can now sexualize children. It would seem to me children don't even have the apprehension of sexuality and the impulse or compulsion for it until they're of the age of puberty. So until that time, I don't think that homosexual or heterosexual comes into the consciousness of a child. They're just experiencing.
What about this? What if some child produces some chemicals, estrogen and beyond, whatever gives you those female attributes? Sure enough, he exhibits some shit which I'm going to call gay, as Joe from the ghetto saying, "Oh, that little kid gonna be gay." Whatever you take that as what it's worth. He exhibits those, and he turns out to be gay. So maybe there is some line where you can have be born that way. It be sure enough that you're bound to be gay.
Right, but how would you know if that person was meant to be that way if they were born into a nurture situation that flipped certain genetics on or off? Right? You can't say they were born that way and going to stay that way if epigenetics have been shown that they flip on and off, which then changes the being's consciousness and their impulse and compulsion. That's the whole idea of consciousness, is it changes if we work it or practice with it or try different things.
Ooh, well.
So, you know, this is what I think the masters, quote unquote, know about humanity is everybody wants to run around here going, I'm the most heterosexual thing around. They know that through, you know, selective biological processes, chemicals, environmental stimuli, different pressures, like I said, with, you know, survival, they know how to manipulate your beingness to make you move one way or the other. That's the whole science of this
way or that way.
The point is, we're not practicing the same science within ourselves and each other that they're practicing on us and within us. Most of us don't even seem to be aware of what the fuck's going on.
I agree.
And you damn sure can't talk about it. How many men, see, women, this is why, again, women are able to love and put their ego aside for truth more readily, it seems, than men. How many men are you going to get up here that are going to admit to a percentage of bisexuality? It's not going to happen because they're too egoic. I've watched them do gay shit. And I go, could we have this conversation about what percentage all of us are bisexual? Because y'all watch other men fuck women online and jerk off to it. There's a naked man in the room. Where's your line of what's gay and what's not? And how gay are you? They're not going to have the fucking conversation because they don't want to be perceived as inferior and weak. But like I tell them, I got a gay kid in prison whoop all of you while he twists his hair up into little twisties. Little gay black kid from down south will whoop on everybody. You can call him inferior and weak, but don't do it around him because he's going to whoop on you. And then you're going to get whooped by a gay kid. So that never looks good, apparently.
That's common across the globe because gay people a lot of times have to fight just because they're gay. They're just used to it. They fought 100 times already.
Yeah,
well, maybe they shouldn't be gay.
What wizard yelling out now? He's in his cockpit. Pun intended, cockpit. What are you saying there, wizard, about how gay you are?
I was saying maybe they shouldn't be gay.
I still didn't hear it. Could you get your audio together, please?
Maybe they shouldn't be gay because that is a choice. No one is born gay.
That's dope. Is it gay is a choice? Can you unbe gay if you want to? Is that a thing?
Pray the gay away.
Well, sure. If you decided to be gay, you can decide not to be gay. Again,
Jeremiah 1:9. Pray the gay away. Thomas, can you speak on this?
I mean, I've been praying the straight away. It's been working.
It's been working.
He's tired of the attraction to women. It gets him in nothing but trouble. He just wants a boys' club, right? Fraternal order. Seems to work for the rest of the world. Man and woman thing's gotten us in a lot of trouble. Lost a lot of resources too at court. Imagine if like me and Talcott could somehow figure a way to just fuck each other and be happy instead of having to constantly like, you know, draw these women into our life to just take half of our shit only to leave us unloved and unsupported, uncared for. If we could just get into this, like pray the straight away, like Thomas says, and just get to really comfortable with the uncomfortable, me, Talcott, Wizard, a few others, we just hang around, broadcast all day, fuck. And there's really never any issues. I mean, you know, what's going to be the problem?
It's starting to get along better, right?
Yeah.
Long ago, I considered the logic behind being gay. long time ago. There's benefits. I mean, I can understand.
Wait, whatever. Yes, better conversation. There's better conversation.
I've considered that being gay was available. Peace is available and being gay is available.
How do you know? Well, actually, here, the earlier conversations kind of brought this reminder, the power of thoughts, right? Because people's behavior, to a great extent, it's limited by the choices. Their choices are limited by their own thoughts and ideas.
Agreed.
And so thoughts create limits on thoughts.
Of course, makes sense.
If you get an idea, you know, and the society is telling you to explore this idea, meaning like the gender and sexual.
That's what Paul was just saying. They're smart enough to know to send you, have a proclivity to be in that direction already. They put it in front of you. Suddenly you're making choices that you might not have made. Yeah.
Exactly. And that ties to what I think Bex may have been saying, and that if the society tells you this is a normal problem, it's just, you know, it's just the way things are, the way you were born. People don't look for answers. They just start identifying with the label.
Could I take it back to what Wizard said? Gay is a choice. Does everybody agree with that shit? Fuck, I know if Beck's still here, I know she got something to say about that shit.
You can't necessarily agree with that unless you are 100% gay and you're like, this is 100%. Nobody really knows. And even I feel like gay people struggle with trying to figure it out.
I dig it.
I struggle. I want to see the most authentic aspect of a person, right? And so sometimes if that most authentic aspect of the person is only as deep as they can dig, I try to meet that person on that level. But in what I hear happening, and I know no one would see this, but I was comfortable calling Sly Shy out on her attention-seeking behavior. I was even comfortable doing it to her because we'd had multiple interactions from the panel down to the chat. Yet I wasn't comfortable sitting right beside Cynthia, digging deeper and as authentic. That's because Sly Shy comes authentic to the table. She's saying what she's saying. She's being upfront. It may have been big energy, but I was meeting Cynthia on her level.
I dig it. I do the same.
But that's not me being authentic to me, right? So, it's
listen. You can meet a motherfucker on that level, certainly, and be authentic. You certainly can. In fact, it's a skill that you need to fucking learn. It's just part of being able to communicate with a motherfucker. Now you can't do base things or go against yourself, but you can still manage to communicate with a motherfucker on whatever the fuck they're on. A Packers fan, I can communicate with a Packers fan. I'm from Chicago.
The signs have been there. People have been saying things.
Talcott, how long have you been fucking frogs?
I can't answer that.
Right. Not a number of time like 0. Just no, I won't answer.
Well,
where's Mitchell been at? I realized I was on mute. Mitchell, you got nothing to add to any of this?
No.
The way he said no was kind of fascinating there.
That's the thing. Like, does it make me gay if Mitchell is like the only kind of men that kick up a little bit of that thing in me is like a guy like Mitchell, who, and when I look at him, there's this feminine overlay. I keep seeing him, and when I look at him, I just see like a woman there almost. He's a very soft, effeminate man, and again, very shiny, long hair, soft hair. So I don't know. Maybe I've just done a lot of. I did 3 months at jail, Talcott. Maybe it kicked on a genetic or something. It's like when I look at him, I go, if I got to do another 3 months, I might make him my cellmate. Because given the choices, right, he's the best of a bad lot. I don't know. It's like, is it really gay if you're attracted to a smooth feminine man? Because you're attracted to the woman in him. You're not really, because I'm not like, yeah, I don't get that from you, Talcott, or like anyone else who has facial hair or looks like a man completely. I don't ever get that. But the little thing creeps up in me. I go, I'm kind of attracted to the woman in Mitchell or on him, in him or on him. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Some kind of Jezebel demon, I think.
I will say when Mitch was on cam earlier and I was just washing dishes and looked from a distance at a phone, I was like, who is this new woman on the phone?
Right. It's something about the brain chemistry that like signals that this is a potential fucking item. Like the animal brain that says you could mount this. You ever see a dog mount a fire hydrant? There's no logic behind it. Something about the color and presentment and shape indicates to the dog's animal brain that this is fuckable.
Right.
So I think it's like some kind of hack that goes on.
I don't know if that's a compliment or not.
We're learning a lot about the human condition today, I think. As always, we're revealing a lot.
We are.
People don't realize things until it's brought into the awareness, and you know.
And then they're like, God damn, Mitchell makes me hard.
I'm attracted to the woman in Mitchell.
No, I didn't say all that. That's you now. You're jumping all the way out the window. I just said there's a slight thing that goes on where my brain kind of, like Joe Cool said, it's like scrambled porn or something. Where I go, is this fuckable? Is this a man? Is this a woman? Again, it just gets kind of, the lines get blurred. What, I'm wrong for speaking the truth? I mean, it happens with Nacho Keto too, who goes everywhere else now and won't come here. I'm not going to talk about it. It's upsetting.
It makes me think.
Disappointing.
It makes me think. What if you're in jail? All men. Still don't think I choose to be fucking gay. What if you're on a planet? Girl, still. What if there are no women? And will your mind go to who's the most feminine dude? You know?
Yeah, I mean, like, we should do the simulation here. If you like wax Mitchell, you don't even have to wax him. He's hairless. He's 40 and he's hairless. If you put lipstick on him and you like, you know, let his hair flow, right? And you do a little bit of eyeliner or something, you ain't gonna be able to tell the difference if he's blowing you. You know?
Oh, this is just.
That's what I'm saying is he already looks like a woman without makeup. Half these women, when they take their makeup off, look like men. You ever seen this? So imagine Mitchell as effeminate as he looks as a man with makeup on. It'd be like same almost.
Get into the clubs and everything.
Talcott, somewhere in the middle. He wants to see the imagery so he can really kind of.
I don't, but I think you're right. Yeah, I mean,
you're not even curious to see what Mitchell would look like as an actual woman, since he's so womanly as a man.
I am now.
I'm not saying Talcott. Why are you're doing this thing, Talcott? You're like you're playing like extra straight today. We all know you're gay. You don't have to fucking.
No. I was just trying to. No offense, Mitchell, but I was just trying to imagine Mitchell as a man.
What the fuck?
No offense. Right. So when you do that, that mitigates the offense. Right? It's almost better to not say no offense, because it almost proves your malice that you were thinking about it.
I know it was an offensive thought. I guess maybe I should have kept it, but that is what I was thinking.
So what do you see him as a kid? You don't see him as a man?
No, more in the.
If I went to picture him as a man,
he's boyish.
Like
he has a boyish.
He's got a boyish
charm to him.
Yes, and
that's where you're going. I see as that stern shit. Yeah. All right.
Who knows, man?
Jack, if you don't get how you should, you be the dude from the movie. You be that dude.
I kind of feel that way. He was a smart dude, man.
He's an icon, bro.
I am a result of that media. That media, the society, it created me. I don't blame them.
P.T. Anderson and Coen Brothers.
Yep.
Was that Coen Brothers? Yeah.
One of them two was the Big
Was it?
Lebowski.
I didn't even
I
know
don't
it was,
know.
but that makes sense.
Either Coen Brothers or P.T. Anderson. Anyway,
You know, the names behind a lot of these things, I'd like to have some conversations with them. Where the fuck are you getting these ideas, man? What's going
here we
on?
go.
Huh?
Nothing. You
Fuck
you want to have a
dude.
conversation with everybody, and just makes me laugh.
I do. I actually do. A lot of people I hope to talk to. Not you guys, but
I just emailed
What
a guy
the
from
fuck?
Yeah.
Wait, what the fuck? Not us.
That's obvious, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, we know that.
you know that's a
Why not
I'm
us?
grateful.
Why not us?
I
Yeah.
contacted Jeff Bezos. I want to talk to him at
Yes,
this
I'm talking
Amazon
about
thing.
real people. Not
I'd
you guys.
actually, I would like to talk. I'd like to talk to Bezos because someone needs to ask him some questions about the way he treats his
No.
employees.
Let's do that hard truth shit. I think that you want to talk to these guys because in some way it would put you on their level, and that's a V because you're on their level. What do you think about that?
I'm not sure. I see them not above me. I see us at the same level, and that's why I'd like to have conversations with Bezos about the way the people in charge.
Do
of
you see me
his
on his
company.
level, on Bezos' NAM level? Do you see us on that level as
Of
well?
course not, Joe. You're black. Please
It
don't.
would be untrue if he
Makes-
says yes. It would be untrue.
Well,
Do you see us on the level of Bezos?
yeah, we're all just human beings.
That wasn't convincing, Jack. Could
All
you
right,
try
he really
that?
wasn't. He's
I
had
know,
more
right?
success. He's got more influence. I would speak to him different than I'm a little different, not much.
All right, so we're
little
really
different.
not on the same level. So hear what you said. I consider me and Jeff on the same level, which means you don't consider yourself on our level.
Oh, please don't
Dig it?
twist that, Joe, because
Oh, no, it's just stating some shit here. Don't get sensitive. I'm just
All
stating a line of reasoning. I'm not. Yeah, don't. That's not my idea. I should be able to say these things without triggering you too, man. I get it's a sensitive spot.
There's
You
levels
guys
to everything.
shut the
I don't
fuck
think
up.
that anybody here is on Jeff Bezos' level with certain things.
And that's what I'd
With
like
certain
to point
things.
out.
As
With
a
that
pure
caveat.
conscious and awareness, yeah, I may be above Jeff Bezos in certain aspects, but when it comes to other things, he's going to blow me away and make me look like a fool.
very true.
But that's with all
Exactly, and I
people.
think-
That's with
and I-
all people.
And
Right.
I think the level that Jack's talking about is the same level I'm talking about. And this is why I like Jack. I don't like the things he does and says, but I know Jack has this thing about God. He knows that God is the answer, and he's trying to follow that the best he can. Jack, you know very damn well. I know that them placating that you're a dangerous man is false. I've said this many times. I know you're not dangerous. I know you have love in your heart, yet you refuse to show it to me. Why?
Well, listen, if you're going to do
Oh,
that, do it
goodness.
backstage because I don't want to violate policy here, right?
Well,
Awesome.
Um,
I'm just putting that in your mind there, Jack, because I love you. I really do. I don't like the things you say.
I'm gonna now play bad cop. If Wizard's gonna go good cop, I got to be bad cop by default. Where does this idea that because Jack has love in his heart, which I believe he does, I think all people do, that it somehow is mutually exclusive from him potentially being a danger to himself or others? I mean, I could say the same thing about myself.
God's
You know, at
love
least
is
it was.
dangerous. God did many things against many people, supposedly in that scripture, that was what we would deem in our eyes evil. When you look back and get turned into a pillar of salt, and that's supposedly God's doing, do you think he really did that in love? Well, I'd like to pose that he did that in love for the future generations because he was nixing out the ones that were bad, the ones that didn't have faith.
Right, but you're like expanding this, and I appreciate that. It feels good, and there's some truth to it. But the on the ground version is, if Talcott ever got a little too pissed off at me or someone else one day, like he has at the panel, he might just choke you a little bit. I could see that. I mean, I got some of that in me, and if I got it in me, it's easily pulled out with a lot of these people on here. There's nowhere else. I'm a very non-violent man in my life. I avoid confrontation. On here, you would think that I'm a complete animal, as I've characterized him before. So, to presume that because we're very loving man, we're also not equally dangerous around certain kind of people who pull the animal out of us, I think is naive.
And I can see exactly
to that. A being who's alone all the time, who may feel disconnected from life, who may become hopeless, may be a danger to himself. And I've seen some of that with him. I'm just being honest. I'm not picking on him or demeaning him. I'm saying I know me, so I know him.
Factually, he is true.
I've known to stab people and hit them upside the head with shovels and all kinds of
there
things.
you go,
But I'm
Mr.
not a
Love,
violent man.
Mr. Happy.
I wouldn't normally do that in my normal environment. It's only when I get involved in environments with other people that are violent.
Because only when I get in an environment with animals do I start stabbing people with forks and hitting them with shovels.
Wizard didn't tell you that 83 of the 93 cases were all actual violence that were legit.
Right.
So what happens when one day Wizard makes the wrong determination with that woman who's in the back with him? Right? He goes, "Sorry, I thought you were dangerous. Stabbed you with a fork." she goes to reach for the gravy one day. He stabs her out.
Right.
He doesn't know she's there. He thinks someone came through the window for the gravy. I mean, it's still a potential for harm and danger for self and others if you're living in that space continually. You can't deny it.
Don't project your inability to discern.
Listen, I'm the one just being the most real here. I almost fucking whacked a slave the other day at the gas station. Okay? Because I told you, he mouthed off to me. I said, if you're going to do something, come out here and do it. I went to the car. He started walking toward the car. I said, I'm ready, motherfucker. I was ready. I had something for him. And then he just walked on by. I was living in that space at the moment.
How'd you get into it with the guy at the gas station?
So some kid about 11, 12 years old, and he had some broadness to him. He was a big boy, corn-fed here in Iowa. And he reached over and smacked his sister in the store. I was right there watching. I said, "Hey, you don't touch a woman in this society. That's fucking rude." Everybody, but I guarantee you that kid shrunk his shoulders. That's the problem in society. We see all these people out in these communities, and there's not a man around. So the only male in the society in that little group reaches out and starts doing violence against his own siblings.
You need an authority figure, huh?
Yeah. Somebody to guide them properly in the protective mode of women and children, and not the violence of striking out at them.
Right, but don't we all do that at certain times? Don't parents routinely beat their kids for not following their commands to keep them safe? Oh, I told you not to run in the street, so now I'm going to make you feel unsafe by hitting you to keep you safe. There's the logic of your system.
But in these societies, we have women that are single mothers and have no other resort, so they have to discipline their children. That is not the role of mothers, I don't believe. I believe it's the father's role. And without the father guiding them in that discipline, you don't have a father that will come home and hear a story from his wife that the 12-year-old son reached out and smacked his mom. So now, if mom doesn't have that guy coming home, she's going to smack him back instead of putting him in his room and telling him to wait till his dad comes home and put a serious threat against him. But
he's gonna smack mom if we go by I think if we go by Paul's that you can't hit the kid shit. He's gonna learn that dad will never hit me. I can run this motherfucker. I can smack mom and there's no real consequence. He took my Xbox. Why not smack her?
That's part of the bedrock for a lot of this quote unquote mama spirit that I jest about, but I see something there. And this is where a lot of the bitterness and resentment and humiliation comes from. Because you got a boy up under a woman who's constantly humiliating him, telling him what he's not, what he should be, putting hands on him. You know, so by the time that boy turns into a man, he's already been humiliated and dishonored by a woman, and he's carrying guilt and resentment. And well, this is the things we don't become conscious of that are so obvious that it eludes us, right? We're just so used to it every day, we forget what the impact of that is by the time that being is fully formed. What is that being's perspective of a woman?
A lot of these serial killers and these crazy killers, they be talking about he was taking out shit from his mom. I just accepted at what they say. I never thought about it. But yes, so he's not just, his mom belittling him. It's all females belittling him. It would seem that's exactly true.
Right. Every time the woman that they're with pipes up, he goes back into that mode of when mama was humiliating him. So now he's powerless again. He's incompetent, incapable, and defenseless.
Oh, yes.
Right. Again, a lot of this is Freudian, but I don't necessarily say that being didn't have a lot of, it wasn't the first being to put forth these ideas per se. Just the most well known.
Of course.
But I accept that again, this is pretty simple. It's about imprinting. Our first imprinting that we have with men and women is going to affect us the rest of our life till we become conscious of the subconscious and re-imprint, right?
Can I get a new change a little bit? I was talking to Machine.
Turn the camera off, Joe. You're in the Matrix, man.
I'm sorry. I was talking to, I hope it's better. I was talking to Machine Lies the other day, and he tells me some Greek motherfucker invented science. The fuck is that? Like science wasn't discovered before whoever the fuck he gave credit to. Aristotle, I think he said, invented science. Is that even possible?
Well,
the day before science didn't exist?
Science is a concept, and the scientific method existed before the quote-unquote invention by Aristotle of science. It was just called the fucking logical or the common sense way to approach a concept.
Sounds logical to me.
I think he meant...
And he named it or something.
Yeah.
Joe, please, let Jack speak, man. You guys are all talking over Jack.
So, thank you. As I understand, he coined the term, offered the description. Because these principles have been around, they're eternal. We get, as people, that's our game, that's the game of this experience, is to name, identify, and I don't know, do with what we want.
I also don't believe just because
go ahead, Tom.
If you choose to hit your kid or you choose to not hit your kid, if there isn't a man in the life, or if the man in the kid's life won't quote unquote hit the kid, doesn't mean the kid's going to go out and hit people. Like, you can nip that shit.
No, the point is you're gambling. You don't know what that child's nervous system is going to interpret that action as. So you almost have to have the discernment to read the child and know that. Maybe certain children you can handle a little bit one way, other ones less. Because I watched them completely destroy my uncle by hitting on him and characterizing him some way. He's never come out of a certain state of consciousness where he hates himself and doesn't feel competent and capable and can't love himself or be loved. Can never be with a woman or anybody. So part of that was because around the time of puberty, when you have all this stuff happening and you start cultivating your identity and that manhood, they want to put them in a school with a bunch of nuns to beat on them, humiliate them, mischaracterize them, mislabel them, and you wonder why they wind up schizophrenic. Because they have a whole fucking prison now in their mind, a haunted house that they can't get out of. And when you try to tell them there's a whole other side of reality you could come out into, they don't believe you. They're stuck there. And I know because I've been there. And when motherfuckers try to tell me, bro, it's going to get better, you're going to be better, you're going to do better, I go, save that shit for somebody else with hope, because I ain't got it. I'm waiting to die. And I know that's where he's at. And I know a big part of it was the humiliation from all the women and men in his life that never allowed him to flower and be who he was meant to be. And he's now identified with his trauma. Every time I talk to him, he goes right back to the root, justifies it, excuses it, says, I was always a bad kid. They gave me what I deserved, and I'll never be the same because of it. So till he changes his belief about what happened in line with what is and what was available versus what happened, he will always live in a space of identifying with and justifying his state of traumatized beingness. And it's a sad thing to witness. right? Because his health is declining now, and he's always been fighting everyone, and he's never had a mate or a companion. And I can tell he sees all human beings as a potential threat to his inner space.
I know that story you're describing, Paul. It's I think it's all too common, and it breaks my heart knowing that his solution is there. All of our solution is there when we push past that, when we push past the pain of the past. And that was the title of my stream, is Agreement Through Acceptance. Accepting the fact that things happen, but change the why, change the reason, change the definition of what we've given those things. Because that's how we can take these pains and turn those into fuel for purpose.
Absolutely. And that's all I've been trying to work with you on, is regardless of whatever goes on these panels, we always have the choice of how we perceive ourselves, each other, and the interaction, right? So it's good to see that. It's good to feel that. I can, again, usually feel this stuff coming off of you when you're in that place and you're really kind of embodying the best version of you, separate from a lot of the stuff going on around you or the influences in your life. Because I know when you do this, especially, you could go from having nobody looking for you to all of a sudden having a bunch of people who are going to talk to you, interact with you, tell you what they think and feel. And a lot of it is for their own dysfunctional purposes. So then you have to start to learn how to not only discern self-awareness, but awareness of others, to avoid getting tricked out of character and making the progress and learning and growing. So I'm seeing all that shit with you, and it's good to see, at least from time to time, there is reconciliation available. Peace is available, brothers and sisters, especially when we control the way we perceive people, places, things, and events. That's what allows me to leave this place oftentimes. I don't have to be ignorant of the truth and my role in what's been created. Oftentimes, I honor that role. And when I leave here, I surrender it and I take on a perspective of what happened that works best for me and everyone else. So again, there's a fine line between ignorance and just choosing a healthy perception and saying, we're all going to be okay. We're all going to live in faith. We're all going to talk the truth. We're all going to have controversy, but we're all still going to be the all on some level. You know, we don't have to lose sight of that and get caught in the individualized, condensed bodily experience.
I like it. That's my philosophy as well.
Hey, thank you for seeing that in me. And that is so true. It's really easy to get caught up in our inner shit, our inner being. Peace is boring. Let chaos reign.
Do you see the chimpanzee? The inner chimpanzee wants it thrives on conflict and chaos.
They're everywhere. The beasts have chosen the rules. What the hell?
Right. I mean, if you, again, okay, I'll accept that. Peace can be boring, in a sense. I'll take you there. But again, manufactured chaos or shallow chaos and controversy is a detraction from oneself and one's lifestyle. If it's organic and authentic, then that's fine. Controversy and chaos all day, we can get into it.
Bro.
But to manufacture it and manifest it in order to feel comfortable in the uncomfortable, probably because you grew up in a toxic, chaotic, warlike household and environment, so you don't ever feel quite like yourself or comfortable with peace and love. You only feel like yourself and comfortable when there's chaos and war. You might want to look at that. See, I'm comfortable in all situations. I'm comfortable because I come from that element. You want to do war and chaos? That's my element. And also, I've had to learn to not make that my element. So I could go right into peace and love and be like, oh yeah, this feels good. You know, so both are available and both are seemingly necessary depending on the condition. But I would say, you know, use the light before you use the darkness. The darkness can be used the last possible moment necessary. May not be necessary is what we learn, right? That's what I learned with Valdez and the rest of them. You can fight and argue. Ask Wizard, 92 cases or whatever it was before he realized the fighting, yelling, screaming, and arguing is not getting us anywhere. I could just be unwavering in truth and be loving and caring and forgiving because you know not what you do. I know who and what I am and what I'm not. So what is there for me to feel any way about it?
Right.
You know? All right, accountability session, because this guy wants chaos. Anybody want to do accountability session? That'll bring the chaos. All we have to do is go around. Let's go around the panel. Let's talk about everybody's weaknesses that we perceive and then hold them accountable. And you'll just watch the feces fly. It'll be that quick. The same way politicians. You go do politics, just get in a room and ask them, any of them, to be accountable and watch them all call each other names, fling the shit everywhere else, do chaos and controversy, and never get down to a resolution.
Wouldn't it be fun to do that, though? To have that conversation with them?
What, to watch them cycle, spin, and fail and have a moment of revelation that they're completely disempowered? I think they already know that. They just don't want it to be viewed by the public. So they're going to try his best to not make that happen, I would think.
Well, I already addressed him according to his comments in the chat section and asked him why he was here. You know what his non-response was? Why are you here? Great.
Who is this now?
Mo.
Oh, the chimpanzee creature.
And so I said, well, that proves my thoughts about your illicit behavior. And then what's he do now? Yeah, peace is boring. Let chaos reign.
Right. So he answered your question. The second statement answered your first question when you asked, why are you here? Chaos and controversy. And then when he didn't get that, he's bored. So again, that's like a little game, right? That consciousness does. Why are you here, do you think? Because I want chaos and controversy. Right. But you're here to realize that that's your problem in life. See? So you're here for one reason, and then you're also here for another reason, but you only see the one reason while I see both reasons. And that's why oftentimes I have resistance with folks, because I see both reasons why they're here. They just see one. Let's see. Let's go to the... Oh, see, there's still gifts and contributions. We didn't have to fight or argue or do chaos and controversy. Because, see, the shaitan wants you to believe that you got to fight and argue and compete and do war in order to live or make a living. And I've wanted to prove the concept that you don't. You know, and if you do, then maybe you go make a living somewhere else, because that's not good for you and everyone else if they're going to pay you to constantly do chaos and division. I could just go get a job with the Illuminati and get paid to do chaos and division way more than I can online. Julian Barbary, thank you for your contribution. Aaron, did we mention Aaron? He said thanks. Keep doing what you do. Julian Barbary, much appreciated. Yes, I do find, though, that numbers go up in all aspects when there's fighting, arguing, chaos, controversy, whether there's resolution or not. So I don't know quite what to make of that. I just think that it's a nervous system thing. You know, folks, they're not going to get out and get active in this moment, and they're not going to pursue peace, then they're going to want some excitement, entertainment. So pretty base level, simplistic.
I don't have a good grasp on that. I know you have to be do so much show and shit when you're doing a broadcast. So much entertaining must go along with the other thing, and
well, you don't have to, Joe Cool. You don't have to. Good. There's no have-tos in life, right?
Yep.
You don't have to. I mean, it's about where you're at on the journey, whether that's within the day, within the hour, within life, and what you want to bring to the table that day.
I'm the worst at figuring out that balance, right? I can't tell when people are just doing a show and entertaining and when they're being serious. I get that shit wrong a lot.
Well, Joe Cool, you're not that bright. I've told you that many times. I have nothing else to come up with for the answer.
What do you expect, Joe?
People say something I answer, I like to answer, and I just all I can come up with. I don't know. You got to get better at knowing yourself, so that when you watch others, you can see the nuances in what they're doing and where, right? Like I can watch folks and go, oh, I know what that guy's inner space is like right now. He's showing this, but I know he's feeling this because I know me. So I know when I'm in those various modes or tones or hand gestures or what, I know what I'm feeling in that moment. So I know what that person's feeling.
I'll make
so by virtue of that, I know where they're being genuine or more genuine versus where they're kind of playing it up a bit, putting on, because I know me again. You know, so that's why I tell folks. Go ahead.
That's why I fuck up. I when I look at them, I see them from one place and I make all the assessments of why they're doing it and this shit. And I never consider, nigga, though some of it could be a show, though some of it's show in there. Right. And then I get wrong when a motherfucker on any show part of the aspect. I never make it in my calculations. You know, like apparently you're saying you have the ability to do.
I just look at all of it as a performance in a sense, and that makes it easier for distinguish which is playing to the balcony and which is just emoting.
That would be helpful. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
if you didn't have a bit of performance, if this wasn't a bit of art, this creation, you just have an AI robot sitting there. You know, like Ian on We Are Awake TV. So you know how much of it is. This is the thing. Where's the line between character and the character?
Yeah, it's fucking
because a lot of it's energetic and it could just be to perform in the sense of, you know, projecting your voice to, you know, do sort of to keep people's attention versus a little bit of smoke and mirrors, a little bit of up to go down to go up, you know, zig to zag. A lot of folks, again, when, you know, Talcott's good at this. He seems to be, this is just, I'm not saying objectively, I'm saying what I perceive. He's good at talking in a way and making you think that's the thought while getting another thought ready.
Agree.
I've had to learn how to do this. All good broadcasters learn how to just talk from some space within them where they can express and emote while getting the next thought ready or waiting for something to come forth.
Yes,
a lot of folks don't have that ability, right? You could argue that's an egoic, narcissistic ability. They'll say it about me all the time. I'll say it about him, but it applies to both of us. It's a strength and an ability. It can also indicate certain things. The question is, can you look into you and find out how much is what one way or the other way? You know, because we have this thing, I'll say we, where we think everything we say is profound and important. And a lot of people seem to be like that. Matter of fact, everyone on these panels, they'll fight me for a microphone to just dribble on it and then look at me like I'm supposed to be impressed. So we all, I guess, want to think we're going to say something profound and important. So when you have that confidence or that amount of ego, it allows you to just speak and feel like someone's going to resonate with it while you prepare the next. Yeah, again, where's the line between egoic and narcissistic and just a healthy amount of confidence that you're a human and everyone else is too, and there's really no wrong answers until there is?
I think the ego comes into play when you start putting your shit on other people. It's one thing to know that your word is profound and all of that shit, and the ego comes into play when you start putting another motherfucker down or you know, doing an action against another motherfucker. I think that's the ego part. Otherwise, it's just it's positive.
Yeah, but what if you see them as the same as you? If I see Jack Talcott from beginning to end as me, does it matter what I say to him or how in the moment I put myself above or beneath? I see him as me, so I'm not trying to destroy him. Right? Even if it appears that way, that there's some destructive quality in my presentment, if I'm constantly seeing him as the same version of me as me in a different body with just a different perspective, where's the ego? Where's the competition? Where's the destruction?
Well,
unless we're willing to admit that in that process, I'm subconsciously communicating, I'm destroying myself while trying to destroy him, because that's all that could ever really happen.
It's gonna make me lose my fucking train of thought because that was that good. Fuck, see, I knew it.
I think we do have that within us. We get the beastly part of us. I think part of what you were talking about earlier, Paul, carrying this trauma and shit, the beast will get destructive. And that includes opportunities, it includes relationships, it includes success. People can self-sabotage very easily. I think collectively, don't you think collectively that's what's happened? Fucking self-sabotage,
I
humanity.
like it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, we
It's
can
a
pull
lot
off
easier
our
to
own
do what it's a lot easier to do what we've been shown and what we know than to do something different that might be uncomfortable and vulnerable.
Yes, unless you take that as your challenge in life, right? Which I hope and I think all of us is taking that as their challenge. I know Paul spoke on it. He can't just do what he sees other people. I know I can't do it. I would assume all of us are distinct in that fashion, I think.
Joe, I agree. Oh, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was done, but I was my shit is with the cop watching shit. Every comment when I first started was, okay, now you're supposed to do this. They just made me don't go. Now you're supposed to file a report. Now you're supposed to, I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna be obstinate. No, because I don't want to, do it just because of that reason. I'm that fucking obstinate. I'll learn it on my own.
Okay. I think that is maybe the common personality trait that's possessed by those of us here. We're the type to say, nah, fuck you. Keep your ways, keep your methods, I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to do this my way.
Stubborn.
Yeah, stubborn. There we go.
My girlfriend would say stubborn. Yeah.
I know I can be stubborn. Paul, you've been stubborn.
Right. I mean,
Let
again,
me
this
try
is
to get
just
my
about
ego shit across again. If
Joe,
'cause I don't
please.
think I did it well with the
It's
stubborn
broadcast kryptonite. Okay. Well, you ask some good things and ask good questions. It's the constant under over.
I lose.
The under over is crazy with you. Whatever mic you're using just cuts through the whole world.
I got a secondary mic. You could have told me that.
It cuts. It's not a bad thing. It's just I feel like you cut through everything. You're completely over the top of everyone with that mic. Like you could make the slightest bit of mumbling and noise, and that's all I hear. Joe has the best mic in history somehow. From Dollar Tree in Chicago. What the fuck? He was just saying. See, that's the thing, man.
Ego. I was saying about the ego. Fuck! I knew I was gonna lose. All right, I'm switching.
Yeah, you smoke too much pot, and that's coming from me. Or it just doesn't do well with your constitution, right? Maybe it's not amounts. It's just maybe it's too good for you. He's old now. He's old. Old black men smoke that Reggie shit usually. You're smoking that new dispensary, that lime green shit. It's 30%. You can't handle that, Joe Cool. You're like 50 something now. You got to go back to that Reggie weed that's only like 15% THC. Can't be smoking this white boy weed.
I almost accidentally bought some of that shit in the store recently and lost my mind. Like, oh, thank God I didn't get that shit. Oh my God, I can't even do that shit. I got to waste. I got a big thing of that shit right now, big tub of that shit right now. Let me see, whatever percentage it is some shit I can't.
How do you put up with this guy on your panel, Jack? How do you do it? Guy's a loose cannon. This Joe Cole.
I don't
know how the police haven't beat you yet. Chasing them all over. I'd have beat you already. I go, wait a second. Is Joe Cool here? Yeah, someone beat this guy or I'm going to take over here. This is Officer Slavius.
This shit so much is stupid.
Joe must have some sort of angels out there with him because that was my thought as well, Paul. Why hasn't he been beaten more? I mean,
they beat us like at the drop of a hat, Talcott. We're like the N-words of the modern day. Like you and I go out, they just cast aspersions upon us, beat us, lock us up. Joe's black. He's running around town chasing police, doing whatever he wants, seemingly with no consequences. Have we Mandela affected to a new timeline where blackness is privilege now? I think that's what's happening. We're moving into a day where they're finally getting what they want. There's black privilege now, right? Well, there's no more white privilege. We're the new N-words. it's white men. The jails are full of them at this point.
I can't wait. Motherfucker.
He
Right.
can't wait. See
Wait,
how
wait,
they are?
what?
Right beneath the
Wait,
surface. He can't
hold
wait
on,
for a
what
black
said that?
planet, like Nas.
We gonna get him, yo.
Fear of a black planet.
But it's both of them, Jack. I got the spirits with me, obviously, and the other thing is because they would be parked outside my crib. They was horrible the way they treated me. The other thing is I found success fast, and suddenly they they like fuck nobody. Shit. One of my buddies just went live. Guru just went live. I'm gonna have to bail out.
Goodbye, Joe. We'll see you later.
Yes.
Ah,
dude.
You were saying, Jack, now maybe we can have somewhat of a normal conversation. Joe Cool is just unhinged.
I don't even remember. I enjoyed. He asks a lot of questions, and I do like that.
He asks good questions, but he asks them seemingly only to answer them, and that's the problem. I go, just ask the question. Don't try to answer your own question. We don't want to hear from you. That's the thing. In like broadcasting, you have to go, Joe Cool, here's how I'm going to use you for the broadcast. Only ask questions and let me and Talcott answer. Don't ever answer your own questions. You're only smart enough to ask the questions. You're not smart enough to answer them. Is that making sense to you?
Actually, hey, if Joe's listening, I think that's something within him. I think he prevents himself from understanding because he'll find a question to ask. And
right.
I'm not saying it's true. It's just what I've experienced, what I feel like I've experienced.
Hey, he's so caught up in the questioning phase only to try to answer his own question at some point. Because he may like your answer, but he'll inevitably let everyone else answer, then try to answer his own question. And I'm like, Joe, are you asking from a place of wanting to know, or are you asking from a place of wanting to listen and then answer it? In which case, I don't know how to work with that.
I think he does both. I don't know. But you know what?
That's the thing. You never quite know. Is he like wise or retarded? Like, it's like for one moment I go, Joe Cool must be wise because he's asking questions and then listening and then wanting to answer, and it seems to go well. Then he does something that makes me think he's completely retarded, and that the reason he's asking all these questions is he doesn't understand anything about life. He may need our help.
I think we all have that tendency. That always have that.
I don't do any of that.
Oh no, not at all.
Yeah, I mean, you say whatever you want, but am I going to accept it? Probably not. I'm bad with criticism, as Joe Cool has said in the past. I don't take it well.
I'm getting better
think there's
at
a difference.
Sorry, what? Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I think there's a big difference between acts of servitude and self-service, right? So, and I think stand-up comedy is a good example of when you're so nervous, you're there to perform. You sometimes just are completely incapable of hearing what's going on in the room around you. You've got your 3 minutes, you're preparing for it, that's all you can focus on. Whereas out here, I think, we have some social anxiety that brings us to the table. We all have different reasons, different stages of growth. And I think that some people just talk to hear themselves talk, but I don't know that it's necessarily an aspect of like deep narcissism that as much as it's an aspect of like social anxiety. And yet, if sometimes people take a position of just talking to talk, other times people take that contrarian position. And that gives them that justification to continue to talk. Like if you're always going to counter what someone says. So I think there's a lot of things at play that bring us to, say, YouTube to do these things. And I think there's less of it based in ego for a lot of people, even if the behavior looks egoic as we, dig deeper into ourselves to figure out, how can we better ourselves and not expect the people watching to better themselves, Anyways, I just think there's something to talking to hear yourself talk versus talking to, to have a conversation with people. Or if you're alone like myself, monologuing on my on my channel, I know that there's some ego in it, but there's also a gift of gab, right? There is the gift of gab. So, I just think there's a lot of things at play. And when it comes down to it, it's more looking at, are you self-serving completely, or are you trying to, have some sort of acts of service? And in a culture where we all act in good faith, those things would be easier to distinguish, but we're not necessarily in that culture right now. So
yeah, and I think on the other end of the spectrum, we have that aspect of just plain stupid as well. I see a large portion of them just plain stupid.
Wizard.
He has real no intent here except to be stupid. I mean, that's the immaturity of his language, and this is why I say, and Paul's going to love me for this, people's intellect is limited and biased by their vocabulary.
True. I actually, Bex, I think that was pretty insightful observation that people, because I know I've done this myself, you know, just start talking because I don't know why. Hey, let's not fucking twist this because I know why I'm coming online and I know why I'm doing things. But yeah, even momentarily, we get into
even I appreciate that, Jack. I think even people with the gift, I mean, we're just human. We can get derailed. Sometimes, at least I found, and some of it was my own doing, having any conversation about anything with anybody was not giving me any discipline. And so, you know, I think, you know, we're human. We'll all have different aspects of that spectrum at different times. And when you're the host of a show, you know, sometimes that's what you're going to do is grab the reins. And, you know, if it's yourself that's not 100% centered, or if it's the people around you, you know, affecting your ability to stay centered, you know, you're not going to be perfect 100% of the time.
Until we learn how. And, you know, if that ever comes, who knows? I am a believer in the reincarnation, that we get to come and do these things over again so that we can keep improving. What you made me chuckle though about coming on and having the reins. That's what I did with Paul today. I'm starting my stream, but really by coming here and doing it this way, Paul's driving the show, man. And I'm comfortable with that though, too, to some degree.
Well, I mean, I'm driving it in a certain way. It's Sunday driving today. You know, it's not like that usual highway drive on the way to work where I'm kind of gunning it with the windows down and the music blasting and reefer hanging out of my mouth. Ashes going everywhere. Gun on my lap. So Sunday driving, you know, Talcott don't mind. He goes, Jesus and Paul take the wheel. But 6 days a week, he goes, I think I'm going to take 2 cars to this event. And I can understand that. I get it.
Well, I know I really appreciate, Jack, you're addressing me here and directly having a conversation with me. I know we're on a panel to do that, but it models really good behavior in a community that very quickly casts judgment on each other for one infraction. You know, I hopped on your panel and attacked your words, and I've never spoken to you since. So, you know, I appreciate you modeling that behavior here, you know, in giving me a second chance and hearing me with an open ear, considering, you know, a lot of people around here will be very quick to point out to you that action of mine, right? So thank you.
Thanks for seeing it. Life can be, it can piss us off, it can drive us nuts. But if we can find within us the will to move past what we don't like. I mean, and Bex, thank you. I'm not ignorant of the past, and I choose what is relevant. What is important to me? Well, what is important to me is forgiveness and community and trying to bring some fucking sanity to this planet, because it is literally nuts.
All right, but then how do we balance that with your individual path, process, journey, and goals or successes? Right? Because I get that. The empathic part of us says community, forgiveness, resolution, it's all important. We want that. And then where that's not available with certain beings at certain times, how do we move forward and draw healthy boundaries? You know, and I've been watching that happen too, more and more, where it went from hate on Pauly Boy 24/7, 365 to there's less and less opportunity to do that on your panel, because you're like, hey, bro, whether Pauly Boy succeeds or fails is not going to change me in myself, in my life, and what extends off of me, which at this time is the panel. You know, so yeah, like all this is just working out where we're being too egoic and where we're not being egoic enough, apparently, because we accept less for ourselves on both sides.
Sorry, you reminded me something I was inspired about earlier. And Paul, take it for what it is, okay? It truly is. Okay, first, for us to be able to give, to be able to share anything, we've got to have received it, right? And so anything we receive, though, is based on results. There's a God that controls the results. So the thought I had today is just that. It's God that chooses the results we receive. We choose the results we accept. We choose when we give up towards a goal or when we redirect our energy and attention to a different goal. And, you know, we can reach a level of success. I'm remembering myself, this house, right? This house was a like fucking achievement for me, man. This was like, from where I started, this was a mansion. Okay. And so I settled myself into that damn comfort zone because I thought I had a lifelong plan, and I was miserable.
Right. I mean, and that's where the conversation comes about of, you know, if we want to have faith, great. But at some point, if they tell you, you know, the house is not being paid for, we're going to have to can we really act like we don't understand cause and effect? So that's the only been the concern with me and you is, you know, even to the point of becoming a source in a sense of competition, I've only been in your corner to try to facilitate a way for you to generate the experience inside and outside of yourself that you can love and be satisfied with, right? And part of that is financially. So that's been my sort of fire under your ass. That's been kind of the purpose of that, is I see a lot of you in me. And for the longest time, I didn't put my heart into shit and I didn't get up and go. I wasn't a self-starter and I accepted less for myself. And then I had to live off other people. And I just see more potential and ability in you, just like in me, than I do for what we've accepted in certain ways for the longest time. And again, that is just a perspective. If it's not true for you, then it may not be true, you know, but I can only speak on what I see and feel. And I guess it's incumbent upon me to do it in a way that it's the best received if I'm going to speak it, right? Because it's a little bit harder for you to receive this message I may be giving you if I'm doing it with a loud voice and telling you you're a loser failure and that you're a weak bitch, you know, but sometimes that works for me. You know, I tell myself you're being a weak bitch here and you're letting your feelers get in the way when there's an obvious road to the goal, you know. So it may work for us at some times, other times may not be the most constructive or tactful approach.
Hey, brother, I think that goes for me as well. The things I've offered, you and I, I'm glad I don't think you've ignored it. You've seen the similarities between us. There's the path and the struggle has been different, but there is a lot of similarities in who we are today and maybe what we've been through. You and I, we've just had communication issues. That's the only thing.
I just look at you and I go, the character that you are and the energy you have could be a benefit to any community or any service or product if you were aligned completely in self and the goal, right? Because if you are really in the space of peace and love and co-creation and unwavering in truth, you are an asset and a benefit to any organization, right? If I pull up at the thing and Talcott's there, hey brother, choose peace and love. You want a macchiato? My day's better, right? Just on some level, my day's gotten better, you know, because I don't have someone who's miserable and angry and trying to fuck me and steal from me and lie to me, you know, or spit in my drink. So, I mean, you know, I've never been somebody who's been an enemy of you or an adversary or opposer. I've just opposed some of the things you've said and the way you think because I see how it's been detrimental to me in my life.
Yes.
And I've seen another side of things that works for me.
Similarly, again, I know your intentions have been good, and I have received, you know, I'm not blind to the way I've grown, the way I've developed over this past year, and that's greatly, well, shit, brother, we've spent a lot of time together, so it's kind of obvious you're a factor in that. But here's the thing.
What about your panel, Talcott? That's going to be the proving ground, as it has been many times before. If I show up there and I'm a little bit rowdy, rough around the edges, verbose, vituperative even, are we going to be able to make that happen somehow? Are we going to be able to move forward? And
I think it's going to develop in maybe any number of ways. There's a lot of possibilities that I've imagined, including just bringing Jack into what you've started, should that be agreeable with you. But we'll figure this out in the future, because I wanted to address something that has concerned you, and that's my finances, my choices I've made regarding my living situation and the employment, non-employment career choices I've made.
I'm just saying, I think that you're just like me in the sense of whether you're prepared for it or not. You'd probably be way better off out in the woods with a limited sort of survival scenario where you're actually pursuing all these things that you speak about completely, and you're actually feeling that you are all that you need, right? The house is not going to make Jack Talcott. It's not going to make or break him.
No.
You know, so I get it. It's hard to let go of, but it may be the thing you need for you to really go to the next level. That's what I found in my life. Is it was always a coming back to home base, coming back to basics and the principles, rather than getting lost in the world and what it has to offer, if that makes sense. So it's not even about keeping the house. It's about genuinely being you. And when I see you, there's a big part of you I see as the guy, nature boy, you know? When I used to go to these festivals, there's always a Talcott there. Long hair with the beard, smoking reefer. You know, he's got a little leaf loincloth on, which you can kind of see a little bit too much hanging out the side. And I'm pretty sure that's on purpose, but whatever. He's living his best life. If you got it, flaunt it. You know, so you might find giving up the fucking suits and ties and button down shirts and the goofy fireplace for nature and a limited tiny house is actually more Talcottian than what it has been for the past however many years. That was their version of life and reality. That ain't you.
Possibly. And brother, yes, I do resonate with the hippie guy in the loincloth at the Festival of Love. That's totally me. But I have not given up yet. I chose to...
I'm not giving up being famous and rich yet. Right. The button down in the fireplace has to stay.
For now. Just for now. For the
All right.
time being.
I look forward to a billionaire Talcott,
yes,
who immediately removes me from his life and or dangles small amounts of cash in my face to just kind of really remind me of where we all come from. Like, I know. You know, I look forward to that. Talcott on infomercials. Like, I'm at the laundromat, you know, just barely fucking scrubbing stains out of my underpants and getting by. And then Talcott comes on an infomercial, you know, just walks out of a plane. And I go, you know, I knew that guy. And they go, yeah, right, loser. I go back to scrubbing my underpants. They don't even believe I could have ever known Talcott or been in the room with him even.
You know, that's not true. Because here's part of my, okay, the logic behind coming here to joining today like this, you know, changing the schedule of my stream and bringing it over is, shit, there was a point. Fuck. Excuse my language.
Generally, that I should be thankful and grateful and happy about where we are going forward. That was probably the root of the point.
Yes, dude.
See?
It's acceptance. The title of my thing today, agreement through acceptance. There's no denying, man. You are a part of my story. And it's not my story, it's our story. And together, I want to take our story and really be become some of the named who go down in his story. A small cabin, woods, large supply of pipes, nails, black powder.
Why does he got to be the Unabomber right off the bat? Right there, they go. Trying
They
to
were
conjure
working
up
together.
that Dark Talcott is what they're doing. I see him a mile away. They want to see Talcott the Unabomber, just completely broken, dissolute, rejecting of all of society, and now taking out his revenge back on all the citizen slaves who mocked him and laughed at him.
And I'll
Why does
make
he
the
have to-
stamps for you.
Why does he? Yeah, right. So now he gets murder and fraud charges. Remember it's not fraud, Wizard. No bit non bit. See, he'll get upset. Remember the day we were on Antoine's and you did a whole speech and then said Jack knows he's a postman, and Jack goes, I don't support or agree with any of that. That would be us at the UN, like the Three Stooges, right? Wizard gives a whole speech and then goes, and here, my correspondent Jack, I don't support or agree with any of that, really. And they start going, what are these idiots even doing here? What is this?
Oh, I'm sure. Holy cow. I think it's accusations like that, though. They get planted as seeds of thought, particularly in brilliant minds. And then those brilliant minds find the good idea of going in the woods and just sharing change.
It got really creepy. I don't know what he just rolled an image in his head, and I don't even want to know what it was.
Well,
I could tell he had something going in his mind. Just go in the woods, like all three of us, and just. I don't even want to know.
I tried
what
to
playback was on that reel.
Well, to narrate politely what he chose to do, Kaczynski, you're offering change from a distance, perhaps.
That was Kaczynski's. That's what it said on his business card. Change from a distance. Talcott, you have such a morbid sense of humor. You can tell Talcott's a very sick man, like myself. If not now, at least at one time. Very dark, morbid sense of humor. But that's what makes it work, right? I mean, that's where the love comes from, brothers and sisters. The crack's where the light enters. Okay, Rumi said that. I didn't. Go argue with him. He's another egoic narcissist, I suspect, like the rest of us. Change from a distance. I like that.
There's been many people who've been misunderstood in our
Well,
world.
he did have an explosive career, Talcott.
Well, and if you think about McVeigh, he had a bigger change from a shorter distance.
That's true too. But did he? Oh, well, let me not go into that because I know there's a lot of mystery and things I don't know much about.
Brothers and
Yeah, it's
sisters, if
actually
you're
more
gonna
of a-
bomb, you don't do it to children. He's like, I'm a loving man.
Yeah.
I think McVeigh bombed a children's hospital, and he didn't know he was doing it either. Some folks might say that's a whole other story because they got tapes with the guy telling them, "You're going to work for us and test out this fake bomb response, and here, go bring it in," and then it actually exploded. So, we won't go into that. That's like Talcott. They get a hold of Talcott, go, "You're going to work for us to save wars and end wars and legal secrets." And they go, test out this bomb response. Go take this fake bomb in there. Next thing you know, he's on the news. Like, brothers and sisters, I swear, I have no idea how this happened. They go, yeah, sure, Talcott.
Sure.
You never see him again. Right? It's that easy, man. You try to help and want to be a part of something, and these people get a hold of you. They'll have you thinking you're doing something good and testing something with them, and you're actually bringing in their fucking hit for them. I think that's what happened with Aaron Gauci. I think that he kind of wants to do good somewhere in him and also be cool and powerful. And someone got a hold of him, Illuminati.com, And any one of these days, they're going to give him a fake, non-fake bomb to walk into somewhere, and I'm not going to be anywhere around when it happens. Stay away. All right, let's not be mean. We're doing so well, and I'm getting. It's only a matter of time before I start getting rude and mean.
It's easy to do.
It's
People
really
give
easy
a lot
to
of
do.
reasons, right?
Right. See, you get it. You get me.
do.
I feel like we get each other in this moment.
I really do.
All right, what do you want to do, Bex Creature? Mitchell's just been like masturbating in the corner. He's so creepy. He's attracted to both of us, I think, Talcott, and he likes to just sit in the corner with his camera off and kind of edge or something. I don't know what he's up to.
I haven't seen him since you started bringing those observations.
He's really weird and creepy, that Mitchell character. Like, I mean, I kind of love him in his own way. But
Mitch came through for me the other day. I could hardly even talk about it. He moved me so much.
Bex, not for nothing, you're losing credibility with me fast. Not only that comment, but I also heard you say Cage. You pretty much did a Sophia. Cage saved my life. Right? Like, you know, once I hear someone say that Cage is like greatly impacting them in their life, I start to doubt their level of comprehension and discernment. But whatever. I'll overlook it.
I would say, you know, I don't have a lot of experiences connecting emotionally with men.
You don't get out much. That's what it is. You don't get out of the house much. It's the same thing with Sophia, right? Once I hear Jack Talcott saved my life, Mitchell saved my life, Cage saved my life, I go, you folks don't get out much. Even when I hear it about me, I kind of say the same thing. I got ego, so I feel like I'm better than all them, but part of that narcissism thing.
Cage helped me just see that my nervous tics were because I didn't feel heard. And the way he approached me with it was actually with great sensitivity. That's why I, you know, hold him in high regard. But again, I'm learning to understand, like, I am a really gullible woman. I see the best in everyone. I try to find, you know, where I can meet on common ground with most people. And I know that maybe Mitch and I had a bit of Stockholm syndrome going on, but the scene itself, I don't think so. I think we were, you know, I'm just saying maybe I was feeling like, oh, thank God he's not running around after me. But to be honest, I think we really had a very genuine conversation. And, you know, I really appreciate that there's no one could have come up after my 3.5 hour monologue other than someone like Mitch to sort of sit and talk about the last couple of weeks and what I've been through.
Hold on, Bax. We're gonna see. It was only a matter of time. There's a new creature here, and they're already being insulting. I know they're talking about me. How dare you imply that I have a wife? Number one, nobody would marry me. Number two, I'm not into monogamy. Number three, I definitely wouldn't make you part of my polyamorous relationship because you are bizarre looking, even with all that clown makeup and that fake hair draped off you. How dare you come here and insult me and the likes of Wizard and Talcott and Mitchell? Again, no one will marry any of us. So there's no point in even bringing up wives. And also, here's a final thought. I may have more. The you are thing. Anytime I meet someone who says you are instead of you were, can't just spell it out, I immediately think you're retarded and or lazy. So I don't want you around me. All right? So Aaron Glover, I don't know who you think you are coming here to talk about men being sorry for some of their wives. What man is going to fuck you and only you consistently forever and provide for your goofy ass with all that makeup and those accessories so you can look halfway human? Doubtful. So the same goes back to you, ma'am. I feel sorry for your husband, presuming you could keep her happy long term. Bless his heart. Your thoughts on any of that, panel? Your thoughts on her insanely thick pancake clown makeup? And the altered lips?
I think some people enjoy finding reasons to feel sorry.
Maybe she was talking about people in the chat, in which case I way overblew this.
But
I do that from time to time, right? Like, she might even be a contributor and supporter. Oh, well, she'll get rid of the pancake makeup. Everyone will be better off.
Some
of that money can go to me.
They have had nothing to do with us.
That's okay. Again, do you think I'm going to change anything I just said because it wasn't about me? What I said is still true. The makeup is ridiculous with the majority of these women nowadays. Just own it. If you look like Shrek, own it. I have. You don't have to be different. Just like we talked about with Bex earlier, just own the position. So, are you kidding me? That is a fucking dude. See? Melanie Moron says exactly what I was suspecting. That's a man in drag with fake hair and pancake makeup like a clown. I'm pretty sure Mitchell would be a better looking woman than that woman is a woman. Presuming
Are we
she
talking
is
about
biologically. Right. That fat, disgusting, infidel pig. We can talk about her because we're ending the summertime season. I know a lot of the meat eaters would love a good pig roast.
Well,
They
let's
just
talk
love
about him.
consuming dead flesh. What?
Let's talk about him then.
Right. Let's talk about what's wrong with your mic, man. Can you get it together? Cynthia never had mic issues. It's one thing I'll say about her. Never has tech issues.
Get a professional one.
Like me and Cynthia were good when she just knew her place. It was great. It was working fine. So she started to think that she was equal with me in consciousness and awareness, and that was her biggest mistake. She's been looking foolish ever since. So I didn't do that. She did that. Anybody who got the treatments cannot equalize with me in consciousness and awareness, let alone a few other things. Your thoughts on any of that? I don't really want to attack Cynthia. I just want to attack what she does. Part of what she does is eat incessantly to the point where she looks overweight no matter what angle she comes on camera at. So the same way they tell me I'm overweight to make me better, I'm going to say the same thing about her. Cynthia, we're going to do a challenge for both of us. The 1,000-step-a-day challenge. We're both going to have to do 1,000 steps a day, get our heart rate up, blood pressure up, lose some fucking weight. We'll be better off for it. Okay? This way, when you meet people, they can go from nice hair to nice rest of you. You know, no one even tells me nice hair. They can't even lie to me when we meet that I'm at all physically attractive. They lie to you to make you feel good. They do that with women. Very nice hair. The hair is nice. What about the rest of you? All get it together. Okay. It's a new season, 2024. It's our year, people. Isn't that what they say every year? These people on Facebook. This year is my year. They'll say it on December, the last day, right before the new year. I'm going to work out. I'm going to do better. I'm going to be better. You see them like 2 weeks into February. They're on fentanyl. It's going to say heroin, but the new thing is fentanyl. They're obese. Okay. Jack, are you listening to me? 2024, the rest of this year in 2024 is going to be our year. Me, you, Cynthia. I don't know about Flow State. I mean, he's really far behind. Okay, let's hope for him too. He's going to get better and do better. Stop with that awkward, disconcerting blinking he does. Jennifer can't stand that like Flow State creature. She goes, "Oh my God, like he's so dark and twisted. You could tell just by looking at him and the way he blinks and that look in his eye." I go, "Yeah, I know. It's like Ted Bundy without the without the charm and without the trunk space." Okay. So, but there's potential. I started laughing because I'm watching Jack just with his head down, somewhat agreeing with what I'm saying and somewhat not wanting it to be spoken out loud. That's why I appreciate your politesse, Mr. Talcott. I appreciate your diplomacy. You're a better man than me.
Yeah, people are interesting. I like Flo. He has that stare though. And especially when I try, the biggest disagreement I think he and I have is about economics. And
you want everything for free. He wants to work for what he has.
That is not
That's
actually,
the major
Paul,
disagreement.
I made a note about you. That might be one of our disagreements. Is the money system.
Right, because I don't do anything for money at this point. I recognize the value in working toward whatever it is you want to achieve. So if I didn't have what I needed to live my life, then I would work hard and put my all into, as I did, whatever job I was doing, to make myself better, knowing I was going to get money for that. Because I don't see a benefit to me to sitting around all day, every day, doing little to nothing and getting a universal income. That would make me worse.
I don't agree with that either, but I do believe that the basic necessities of living can be easily shared, produced and shared throughout society so that people don't have to have a job in order to have food, shelter, education. And brother, my story, I've been taking some risks. I am all in my goals. If I fail to succeed, yeah, I'll take my happy ass out to the woods and, do what I will from a tent. But I still have hopes and faith that can be easily avoided, not just avoided. Paul, I see potentials for abundance, righteous abundance, because people will have no problem rewarding once the value starts being received. Facts surrounds.
And I think most of us have the same general concept in that aspect, is that technically, in my simplest terms that I can express it, is that nobody is supposed to be interfering as a third party between myself and my provider and all that he provides in his grace. So again, as long as I'm not harming anybody else, nobody should be interfering with the progress of prosperity and abundance according to our nature.
So let me answer this real quick, because this must be one of the viewers from Artie's Corporate Fiction channel, if I had to guess. More gotcha nonsense, but I'll indulge because it's good to correct the record and the narratives. Economics: is making YouTube money vlogging considered commerce and an employer while driving? Well, you could consider if a channel is monetized and the being identifies at a certain venue as the sole proprietor, or another, you could argue, commercial term to distinguish them as in a commercial interaction with YouTube and its affiliates. Yeah, but when you have an unmonetized channel and any value you get is gifted with no contract and no agreement, then there's no commerce, is there? Because I'm not on here selling a product or service. I'm not on here making any guarantees. Right? So whatever you voluntarily, like, it's like saying, if I go and talk on the street corner and people start putting money in my pockets, am I doing commerce? Or are they just gifting me because they see value in my presentment or the understanding that I'm giving? Right? So again, these are words and term games. Commerce is contractual, tends to invoke the idea of licenses. So if somebody has a license and or a business where they're contracting with certain commercial entities for a product or service and or revenue or income, then that's commerce. One could argue. Again, there's many ways to argue this. If I'm appearing on this broadcast, you could argue I am an entity, Paul Unslaved, right? Because it's not my given and family name. But I myself, away from the screen in this broadcast, retain my original status and position. So, I mean, again, and as my original status and position, I don't agree that I'm subject to taxation or licensing for just speaking on a broadcast, right? And I'm sure somewhere within the agreements, they've put it in there to try to retain jurisdiction over the being, hey, if you agree to work with us, then you are considered this and therefore subject to this policy and code. Don't kid yourself. All these people are working with United States Corporation to get you or keep you in their jurisdiction with their words and terms, subject to their policy and code through contract. Also, too, real quick, and then go ahead, Jack. What would any of that have to do with the capacity I'd be in if I was in an automobile moving down the road? I'm traveling. What does, again, this is like more Valdez nonsense, because I have a job and I'm in a contractual commercial capacity, you could say, while on the clock. When I clock out, I don't go back to being a man with rights. So what kind of nonsense is this? You know, it's like saying, because you're a citizen, we can slave you with policy and code. You actually can't. You can advise stuff, but you can't make my life worse because I won't follow your code for safety. It's ridiculous logic. So, you know, one has nothing to do with the other. And no, I'm not doing commerce at this time, technically, as far as I understand it, you know, whether you want to be technical or not. There is no agreement here. There are no contracts. This is non-monetized. And anything that's gifted is voluntary and not expected. And it doesn't come with any expectation or product or service. PayPal says friends and family, right? There's another side, dual jurisdiction. There's two choices: products and services, friends and family, public, private. So my interaction here is public. Any other gifts are in private. There may be acknowledgments of them in public, but there is no public commerce taking place. There is no public service accommodation. Just me talking and then folks voluntarily gifting me in private, which they're entitled to do. And no, it's a non-taxable event as far as I'm concerned.
The the entire fight or whatever, maneuvering for jurisdiction, it's simply for profits. Profits are to feed the beasts of the government, the beast of the corporate, which is the corporations. And that's what our government has become. It's a corporation. It exists for profits. Profits don't benefit you or I unless they're shared with us. But it's the other way. We're working, you know, if you play the system, you're working and feeding the system for its continued oppression and imprisonment and fucking profitable wars. I never realized how insane this really was until I started to accept that the world is not right. Okay? For those of us who've never really felt quite at home here on Earth, there's probably a reason.
Right. This person is kind of speaking about indirectly what I've spoken about in the past, that yes, in the new or present system, right? If you see how it's, again, you have power, we have power, you have voice, truth, power in every situation. So when it comes to comments like this, they shadow banned the first channel. They struck it dozens of times trying to get it out of there. I interact with them in the private and hold them liable, so they back off. Right. So, yes, if you don't assert yourself and hold to the truth and use the word and learn how to be honorable and create resolution in private, they will continue to proliferate a system where you will be punished for supporting people you see as valuable that the system has deemed to be a danger. Because, again, on the bottom of all my first channel videos, Sovsit, terrorist, this guy's known to be linked with groups. No, I'm not. You lied. You defamed me, you character assassinated me, and you affected my livelihood and my the potential interaction between I and new viewers. So you can't do that, and especially when there's no reason to believe that, right? So yes, in the new system, guys like myself, guys like Andy Taint, in quotes, whether he's real or not, because I don't care if he talks for 2 hours. Within that 2 hours will be 10 minutes of something that this system absolutely does not want you to embody, right? So of course you're going to be labeled and mischaracterized, and they're going to try to bring about consequences at some point, if they haven't already, for people who do what I do and the people who support what I do. And again, that's when you're going to have to choose your path. How much faith and truth do you have? Will you stop supporting the things you see value in because the system tells you buy our demonic poison, support our demonic celebrities and worship and celebrate them? You can do that, right? So again, that's for the individual to decide what they see value in, what they want to support, and when whatever inevitably comes for them, if it does, because it doesn't have to be inevitability, but it seems like it is to me. No one's getting out of this simulation without being tested and challenged on some level about who or what they're going to ride with. So that's where you got to figure out what your loyalty is to, not necessarily who, but what. Because everything means something, you could argue, right? If they can compel you to stop watching me or supporting me out of fear of what's going to be done to you, well, then it's going to happen to you next. Dare you step out into your own power and have a voice and be an influencer, right? Oh, they only want certain influence. You know, like if I wanted to come up here with a wig on 300 pounds and tell children to chop their genitals off, I'd be influencer number one, hero, you know, supported, loved, funded. But, you know, dare you say God-given rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith? Oh, man, that sounds like white national terrorist central. Sure, it does. It's the one thing the devil doesn't want people to embody. All right, Jack. What are you saying down there? I wish that was. Is that the real Jack Talcott?
That one.
Now I gotta watch. There's a pseudo Talcott out there.
That one was me.
Okay.
I was responding to a different comment. I have a glow and the disheveled hair inspired the thought that perhaps I got laid. No, that was not the cause of the disheveled hair, unfortunately, but well, you know, praise God.
Praise God. It was an intense masturbation session, okay? Got his hair right out of alignment.
No. Dang, there was something
I guarantee you have some bizarre way of masturbating. I don't really want to go deep into this conversation, but I have a curious mind. I guarantee you do something weird and bizarre, like get on the bed on all fours, like a dog, and masturbate. Like you do something really weird and odd that if someone was to walk in on, they go, "What the fuck?" Like beyond you just masturbating, you're doing that while you're doing it. Right, like you put something in your ass halfway while I know you're up to something like wild and crazy. Like that's where you get your venting out. Like not only on panels, yelling and screaming and throwing people out, but you do something freaky and bizarre. I know you do. Why are you shaking your head? You're smiling. What is it, Talcott? Go ahead, just reveal it.
It's actually it is the absence of masturbation. It's
not buying it. I wear a condom while I masturbate.
In the past,
I have intimacy issues.
Dude, in the past, that could have been said. Maybe it was my most dedicated hobby for a while. I don't know, but yeah, thanks, Paul.
That's what I do best. I'm a painter of pictures here. I'm a Michelangelo of sorts. She's not getting that doggy style Talcott out of her head for the rest of the night, and that's what I'm here for. Right? She will go back to the family dinner table, picturing you on all fours on the bed. Just choosing love.
Choosing love.
Yeah. Praise God.
That's what it's about, man. I don't know.
Look, you're inspiring these people out here. You're alter ego's daddy. Have a great night, Vision and Bill. Allow others to talk about what you do or build. I also quit chewing 3 days ago, Talcott. You inspired me.
We inspire each other. Good for you. I've been a pussy. I've been using those pouches still. But I'm getting less frequently. Are we testing this percentage?
All right, where do you want to go with this, Jack? You want to do some breaking slave news or wrap it up? What are you feeling?
Whatever you want, man. You're driving.
Go either way.
I'm enjoying the time. So seriously, whatever you feel.
All right. Well, this one's a quick one. You know, World War III is starting, all by design, some folks might say, because it's a move to a move economically. But let's hear a little bit more about today's Hamas and Israel conflict, Jack. So now we got Russia, Ukraine, we got Turkey and Iran. No, we have Turkey and somewhere else, and we have Iran and Israel. It's only a matter of time if we do this right. We get China and everyone else involved, and oh boy, is it going to be exciting. See, there they go. Some folks might say crisis acting. We don't know. White woman thrown into the car by the brown people who are evil. This will generate some support for Israel. Yep. Group mob mentality, folks. Filming, yelling. Yeah. Oh, yeah, this is going to be great footage to get these people fired up on supporting Israel. Yeah, they're going to take that Temple Mount back. They've been saying that for a while. That's what this is all about. Palestinian militants apparently allegedly taking hostages. Nobody there to stop it, apparently. No one. It's all just, okay. What do you make of any of this ever, Jack Talcott? I mean, how do we buy into any of this? They'll all buy into it, of course. But how do we know it's not crisis actors? How do we know that there's some more to the story? We don't know anything. One thing some folks might say that we know is this is all engineered. It's right on time. We're going to switch gears from Slaved 2023, 19, whatever it is, you know, dis-ease over to World War III and economic collapse. Some folks might say that. What do you think of, in general, Jack, about Israel, Hamas? You know, let's not even ask who's funding Hamas, huh? Let's not even ask who, because, you know, you find out there's always someone from the West funding the bad Taliban, the good Taliban, the Hamas, the this, the that. Right.
I don't know. I don't know enough about the players and actors over there, but I know that what's happening, real acting, not whatever. There's plenty of facts that will get people's imagination stirring, have questions to ask, and with the answers, there's plenty of, you know, people experiencing that. They go home the end of the day, that shit's in their head. The energies are moving, lots of reason for anger, lots of reason for violence.
So we got your boy Flow State down there. He has the link. He could come up. He says, loved your again, you are always a competent person behind that. You are usually is what I find. Senator Short Bus, completely BS. Looking forward to responding. Now, isn't that kind of a weird statement? I said something that was bullshit and you want to respond to bullshit. So how does that work? Or are you just saying something is bullshit that's actually true and want to respond to it to cover the truth that you say is bullshit? Because why would you respond to something that's not true?
Well, he's trying to egg me on to coming onto his panel. I don't give a fuck about you, Flo Hate. You're a fucking dick. You're an idiot. You have no morals. You have no common sense.
Oh, wait a second. Oh, no. Hold on. So you're Senator Short Bus. See, it's easy to get it confused. I thought he was talking about me. I'm the special one who went on the actual short bus in school. I had behavioral issues, so they put me on a short bus. So I thought I was Senator Short Bus. Turns out it's you, and that makes sense. Heckle bus, right? I should have.
Yeah, and see,
I should have put that together.
And see, he's being mischievous, and this is the personality trait of those infidels that go around thinking that they can hate on somebody and entice them, try to tempt them like a devil. You ain't shit, bitch.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's kind of ridiculous because we all know that the reason for the appearance on this panels, whether it's up front or backstage, is to direct more energy and attention to your panels, right? That's why Cynthia wants me to talk to her on Flow State's panel. And, they're trying to generate the same thing that goes on here in other places where they are, and then be in control of it and get the benefits and privileges of it. Right. So that's obviously what it's all about. I mean, that's why you come on and your name is @FlowState, because you want everyone to watch you. And then
you think that your audience already knows who I am at this point?
Again, I'm not that. Hold on a second, Wizard. Are you answering for me? I don't presume to know what the audience knows and doesn't know. I presume through experience to know what you're doing that you won't talk about. So that's why the name is @FlowState, because that's your channel name, and your main goal of being on all these panels is to generate interest for your YouTube channel and your panel. The feigning of controversy is just secondary.
Phrase that people don't find me when they search it. So it's important to put the @ in front of it. If you do that, you'll find it. I had to answer that question a lot of times before I just put my name as it. And no, I don't come up here to try to get viewers. I assume that everybody who watches you knows who I am. They're either subbed to me by now or they're not.
That's a very naive statement. I don't know what makes you think that that's the case. That's not how YouTube works. If you think that's how it works, you're sadly mistaken. I've been doing this long enough to know how this game works. The more interaction you have on panels, the more you're seen, the more energy and attention is driven toward your area. That's how everything works. It's called relevancy. So if you're not in the conversation and you don't remain relevant, you don't remain a topic of conversation, and or your channel doesn't.
Yeah, right. I'll give you that. There's truth there.
And also, there's people who come in and out all the time.
What are you smiling for, you dumb fuck?
Is he Senator Shortbus, by the way?
He is definitely Senator Shortbus.
Okay.
Because only senators can do ranking. Senators, congresspeople, presidents. Not your personal mail. Not some loser's personal mail. You can't.
Yeah, it's not mail, and it doesn't take a senator to do it. Anybody can do it. It's called equal station life. They use it for their military post, and you can do it as a prophet unto the nations in your diplomatic post.
It's prophet unto the nations?
It's called equal consideration. It's a contract, you fucking bitch ass slave.
Here, let me pull up. Let me get
to the real point here, Jack. You just admitted you know nothing about the political theater show, yet you want to stop wars. Like, how the hell are you going to do your job if you don't even know what's going on, foreign and domestic? No, don't give me snafu. He asked you a question.
I'm guessing a local NAAA meeting just let out with all three of you who just came in.
Yes.
Let's go around the room and say our drug of choice and how long
we've been clean. No clue about the foreign political fucking landscapes and shit, yet you want to stop wars, Jack. Explain how that's going to fucking happen.
Snafu, shut the fuck up.
No, you shut the fuck up. You're fucking talking out of your ass like you know something, and you just admitted you don't know shit about international fucking shit, about shit that makes wars happen, about shit that stops wars. Maybe you should quit talking and do something, Jack.
Oh my God. Do you feel
Wait a second. We've now jumped timelines where I and Jack are cupcaking for hours at a time, and you're against him for not doing anything and getting results. What game are you all playing here? Because if I jump back over to that, you'll go back over. What are you saying, Flow State?
I said I'm actually here for the Cupcake Fest. I was working earlier and I was listening to you two merge and muse about how bisexual everybody is, and I just came.
Did you achieve third-party climax as you're known for everywhere else?
I've done 2 times since I've been up here.
Well, there you go. The man is very virile.
I'm not okay with Jack full of shit making stuff up.
Snafu, shut the fuck up.
No, you just admitted you don't know shit about international affairs, which makes you the worst person to stop wars.
Snafu, as a friend, okay, I'm encouraging you. You will show yourself.
Friend, I'm telling you.
You know what? Keep flapping your gums.
Just because you have a mouth doesn't mean you have to fucking use it.
Keep jumping to your assumptions. Keep slandering my name. Keep trying to get others to lose faith in me like you chose to do. Kiss my ass, Snafu.
Peace is available, gentlemen.
Thank you for that reminder.
I mean, it's available. You don't have to take it. We could carry out the argument a few more minutes, I guess. Snafu needs that. He's got not much purpose and meaning in his life.
It's like,
without arguing and fighting.
What in the hell? Just all of a sudden, because he heard one comment where I admit I don't know the ins and outs of who's funding what organization overseas.
Right. Dare you not speak out of turn like him and just make something up and stick to it.
That's it.
But again, we have to do a little bit of analysis, right? And dig deeper. This isn't about the innocuous comment that you made alluding to your lack of knowledge on foreign policy. This is his inability to continue a you versus me dynamic. So now he's pissed. Talcott, you gave up the front lines. You're over here restreaming on Paulie Boy. You're merging. You know, Talcott's, Flow State's at least presenting diplomacy here. I don't know if he's really in that space, but it seems authentic. So, you know, Snafu just, he can't, it's very hard for him. Hard for a lot of folks here, very hard for him to get past the nonsense.
In the fact that it'll probably loop back around again like it always does.
Well, yeah, you can always have comfort. You can always have comfort in the fact that at some point I will say something incorrect, piss everyone off, and they will mount a campaign against me for weeks and months. And I'll either fight it or I won't, depending on how much
I'm not you guys are cupcaking. I'm just trying to tell Jack, we had a conversation about realism earlier. And realism, Jack, is if you're to stop wars. No, if you're to stop wars, you might want to educate yourself on international policy.
Is that what I should do? You fucking
if you want to stop wars. If you want to stop wars, yeah.
Why does he necessarily need to know the intricacies of foreign policy to stop wars in general?
I'd like to see him tell a bunch of fucking Islams to quit cutting their wives' heads off and fucking how to change their religion.
Wait, so now we're doing the thing. You're doing it again. You're doing it again. You're doing it again. You sat in front of a TV and Hannity told you something and you accepted it as reality. Like Jennifer speaks to people in the Middle East all day, every day, and China, and it's not what you think, Migtard. So not every guy's cutting their wife's head off, just contrary to popular belief. Not everyone who's Muslim is murderous and psychopathic. So get off the Fox Noise campaign, please. It's not reality. Majority of these folks are like learning logic, morals, ethics, and civics while you spin about what you've heard on TV.
Be real with Jack for a minute. You're like one of the only ones that usually keeps it real with him. Tell him straight up, because you should know this more than anyone. He has to have some kind of knowledge about foreign policies if he's going to claim to stop wars.
Sir, you really want to have this discussion about ending all wars? I don't even think it can be done. And you want to go into an intricacy over he needs to study more about Middle Eastern foreign policy?
It can't be done.
The fuck are we even doing at this point?
But someone like Jack who says it can, who's admitted he doesn't know foreign policies,
Shut
that's okay.
Snafu. I don't understand the intricacies of biology and chemistry either, but I actually encourage people
to
stop humans from
being born.
Hey, you're not going to talk over Talcott. He just told you he doesn't know the intricacies of biology and chemistry, but boy, can he sling dick and fuck. So, you see?
Right what I said, but
don't fucking bring, technicalities and semantics into this.
Well, we did get his porn name the other day. Jack, did you tell him your porn name? Did you tell Paul your porn name?
Oh, what was it? It was so good.
What was your street? Jack came up with his own porn name, his street, and his favorite color the other day.
Jack Talcott.
It's Snowball Walnut. Or Walnut.
Snowball Walnut.
Snowball Walnut, man.
Oh my God! I don't even want to know what that means. I'm sure there's some bizarre meaning behind that. I don't even want to know.
It was my first.
But you already know what genre it is, don't you?
I lived on. What's that?
Gay porn, I'm guessing.
I said, but you already know what genre it is, don't you? Just by the name.
No, Jack, I'm not trying to. I'm just saying it's something. If you're interested, you might want to get into foreign policies because they deal with what you try and do.
Snafu. Okay, you've been heard. Now that you've been heard, can we move past your opinions?
Yeah, I just want to hear more about Snowball Walnut.
It's that old joke. You take your first pet in the street you grew up on. That's supposed to be or one method of finding your porn name. Snowball.
I think you'd blow up as Snowball Walnut, bro.
Oh.
Kind of got a mixtapey vibe. Snowball Walnut. I don't know what you guys are up to everywhere else, but it doesn't seem like it's good for you. I'd stop it immediately.
Well, we came up with we got Jack's porn name out of the deal. We're making progress.
Are you raising an animal over there? We've never once heard an animal in your background. And as soon as I said the other day, you never get laid, all of a sudden you're here with an animal that's howling in the background. Can you explain any of that?
Optics are high.
She's jealous when I talk on the phone. She hears me talking on the phone or something. She gets all jealous.
So not only is it that relationship, but it's unhealthy and controlling. Your dog is controlling of you.
A lot of jealousy there.
Love jealousy.
He misses snaps.
I need to get her a session with Snowball Walnut.
Bizarre. All right, let's go to slave news. It'll be less bizarre than you people.
Hopefully.
All right, so we had the capture of civilians, Hamas, Israel, World War III, the whole thing. Body cam shows man with butcher knife. You guys want violence on slaves by police, or I got violence on slaves by police? I got slaves robbing businesses blind. More police violence. That's heavy on the police violence. Ukraine bombing. Hunter Biden getting gun charges. Plead not guilty. Let's hear about that. This has been there for a day or so, and I'm kind of curious how Hunter got himself charges here.
Well, hi everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much for joining us here, as always, on Live Now, as we continue to bring you top stories, headlines, all in the mix right now. Of course, we're following the latest there out of New York City, but also we are following the current president's son right now, Hunter Biden, pleading not guilty on all gun charges against him in federal court today. We want to continue this conversation here on Live Now from Fox and bring in Fox News' Madeline Rivera with the very latest.
Good afternoon, Mike. Hunter Biden was only in court for about 30 minutes. Nothing at all like his appearance here in July when his plea deal dramatically broke down. Hunter Biden pleading not guilty in federal court on Tuesday to 3 felony counts related to a gun purchase from 2018. He's been charged with lying about his drug use on a form to buy the weapon, lying to an employee at the gun shop, and then illegally possessing the gun.
Oh, come on. That's not even really fair, huh, Talcott? He's supposed to put down there he's smoking crack once in a while? Like, no one does that. How are they going to... Yeah, that ain't... I don't know. I mean, I'm for, like, people like this getting what the rest of us get, but seriously, like, you're expected to put down that you like if I go get a gun, I'm gonna go, hey, I did heroin for like 10 years and I was suicidal.
I suspect they're setting up a narrative for a precedent. That'd be my theory.
I'll accept that if we, now we have Daddy Trump at local courts submitting and following policy and code, and now we have Hunter Biden, who can't buy a gun apparently without listing all the drugs he's ever done. So yeah, that's one aspect of it.
But this is a headline, and then start going after everybody who's got a gun, who's filled out one of those forms, but has also been to rehab in the last, since they bought it, for instance.
Yeah.
I don't know anything at all. I'm just speculating, but that's the storyline my brain is on.
Yeah, it always seems to be, if not actual events, again, they'll let it happen, make it happen, and then use it as a narrative to apply it to everyone else, because they realize how sheepish the majority of the public seemingly is. So again, when you have the proliferation of groups like this, because this isn't a group or a movement, but to them, they'll say, Paul on Slave says, don't follow statute, policy, and code. And anyone else who agrees with that law and code is two different things. Well, you better go check Hunter Biden and Donnie Trump and the rest of it, because they all agree that statute, policy, and code governs all of us implicitly, down to you have no more right to bear arms, speak freely, or engage in a bunch of other activities that they've deemed to be illegal. So
it
again,
normalizes
lawful,
it.
illegal. Go ahead.
It normalizes it in the public, because I've never heard of anybody getting charged for filling out that item wrong until now. I assume most of the public is the same way.
Yeah, I mean, again, everything is word games. So if you just get the right attorney, he's going to go, you know, again, what did Bill Clinton do for like 3 days, they say, with the court? Argue over what the word is meant, to the point where they couldn't take it anywhere. You know, so they'll just say, oh, well, we didn't really know you meant when you said drugs that you meant these, right? And they'll use a different word. And then they'll create plausible deniability as to why he wasn't completely forthcoming in what is implied, right? Because there's expressed and implied. It's like saying, list all the illicit drugs that you use, or list all the controlled substances you use. Well, if I don't start listing plants and herbs, they're going to say, what happened? And I'm going to say, well, you consider that to be illicit, illegal, or controlled substance. That's not my world. I don't know what any of that means. These are plants and herbs, and they're sacraments. Now, they can argue with you all day, but it's going to be hard to move it forward at court to say that you knew you were breaking their code, which isn't a law, when you were possessing those things. Because you have to have the understanding, right? That's why they'll say, do you understand why you broke this code and why you can't possess this, this, and this? I contend, I can't prove it, that the less you understand of whatever it is they're saying, the less they can hold you liable for it. The more you can create plausible deniability based in your understanding, the less they can hold you liable. But then again, they're going to, if you try that and you don't really believe what you're saying, they're probably going to go, you're bullshitting us and playing the game. Does that make sense?
Yes.
They almost have to think you're crazy, rather than trying to like obfuscate from what we all know.
Yeah, I never thought that when I took a plea deal that forfeited all my guns, I never thought that I would be happy to have a paper trail. Like, it's still not worth it. I'm still salty about it, but you know, there's a silver lining there.
Yeah, but again, anything is potentially in flux, in the sense that there's nothing stopping you from even using their procedures after a certain amount of time, definitely, to having that expunged or changed as far as how that's recorded, right?
That's what I've got right here. I'm working on that.
Yeah, you can't take somebody's rights, presuming you can take them at all. You can't take them indefinitely because of a mistake they made. That's, again, contrary to spiritual practice. Everybody's available for reconciliation and redemption. They used to give a man a gun as soon as he walked out of prison. I don't care what he did. He'd kill a whole fucking town. If he got 20 years, comes out, reconciled, served his time, you give him his gun back and send him on his way. You know, you can't criminalize somebody for the rest of their life and take their rights over policy and code. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you're either safe enough to be free or you're not, in my opinion.
Evidently, I'm not safe because you're going to control my moves.
You're just retarded. You're just retarded.
Yeah, it is.
You're safe enough because you're a little coward, but you are retarded.
Senator Short Bus, I blocked you at every turn. You ain't blocked shit. His word will
I
still get
blocked
out.
everything. I blocked your fraudulent stamps. You said you're franking. I brought you franking shit. You changed it around. Like
material fact evidence, and you blocked it. You say
material
it's fraud.
fact evidence.
The Postal Service doesn't say it's fraud, but you do. That's a block. You're an idiot.
Look, there's an easy way to shut me up, and that's to just film yourself successfully passing off a franked piece of mail to a USPS worker. That's all you got to do, and I'll shut the fuck up, and you'll prove me wrong.
And it's right in its season we do that. Until then, I gave you factual material evidence that you can start researching.
I have. I keep researching this. Look, I've got 4 tabs pulled up on my desktop right now about the video you just made.
Your research has been limited because you refuse to go above and beyond the U.S. Constitution, not realizing.
I have access to etymology.com as well.
Shut up. You keep interfering with what I'm trying to say. Shut up.
What are you trying to say?
acknowledge that the Constitution of the United States of America is in fact a contract through the UN for a postal Congress under the Constitution of the Universal Postal Union.
Okay,
It
that's
is in
just
fact
plain wrong. That's just wrong. You're wrong.
It
You're
is
wrong.
in fact a contract, and we are the benefactors of that contract.
Well, you're
We get
wrong.
the same shit they do because we are the people that delegated such power.
Okay, then if you're right, then just film yourself passing off a franked letter, Senator.
Again, I said when the time is right in this season, it will happen. Until then, I've given you enough material fact evidence to do your own research so you can come to the same conclusions without having to do it.
Is it a fact or is it evidence?
Responsibility or liability. I am doing all of that myself. Don't push it.
Did you give me fact or did you give me evidence?
Like I said, when I've already given you the material facts.
I don't want to wait for the season to be right. I'm afraid you're going to stroke out before then.
I'm ready to video, and the postmaster is also willing in a private agreement to be videographed for certain material evidence that I can post in this public domain. It will happen. Until then, I have to have an agreement with the postmaster to do that, you dumb fuck.
No, you don't. You're just bitching out.
It's a backroom private contract situation where I am placing the material facts in the evidence that I am the benefactor and not a contracting officer. Therefore, their contract is private to them, you dumb fuck.
Holy cow.
I dropped a link backstage, which is about franking, if anyone's curious, from the post office and how to handle it.
Yeah, and that's an internal policy. Look at the notes under those rules. They are notes. They are promises, you dumb fuck.
Well, they reference laws, and I assume that you're taking
promises to be. They are not now current. Until you understand that, you won't realize your power in dictating the truth.
I understand exactly, Heckle Bus, and you're doing word salad and assuming that people won't be able to keep up with it.
No, I'm not assuming people won't be able to keep up with it. I'm giving certain material facts in evidence that you can research. And again, I will state for the third time, when it is right in the season to occur, I will do such a video.
What does that mean?
I'm not going to hold my breath. I'm not going to hold my breath.
What does that mean exactly, Wizard?
Back room in private, unless.
What does that mean? If he tells you to do the video and you go, when's the ripening period? When's the harvest season? Like, what exactly does that mean? Can we get more clarity on that?
I can't do that because it's a private arrangement between myself and the postmaster, who has his private arrangement. I have to do the dictation.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Just let's put this to bed at some point, because it's the same loop over and over, like many conversations. So, or non-conversations.
Exactly. And until Flow State learns how to shut his fucking mouth and quit trying to attack me and just
not going to.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Are you claiming that you've repeatedly, for a long period of time, used Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer stamps that you made in the basement?
How about if I make a panel of other people around this nation that do the same thing?
I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you that. Wizard, I'm at Wizard. I'm asking you Wizard.
Wants a video.
Keith, piece is available. Keith.
Other people that do the same thing.
Keith, that doesn't answer my question. I'm asking, have you? This is a simple question. Don't do this with me, please, Keith. You can do it with everyone else, not with me. You should know better.
Up and do a video showing their examples.
Why?
That's fine. Now, what
why
I want
would you?
The stamp that you saw is not my stamp. It is somebody else's stamp that they sent to me. You understand?
Either way, it's still a custom stamp. Is the bottom line. You've been using custom stamps for a long time with no retribution, seemingly.
And
allegedly,
like I said, I'm not the only
allegedly.
One, not my stamp. That is somebody.
I don't see why he would need to lie about that, but anything's possible. So, Again,
To
it's a
him or
direct
me?
question. You've been
I don't
doing the
know
stamp
why
thing for a
either.
while, and they haven't arrested him yet for mail fraud. So I guess we're going to find out long term if they ever decide that it's something that's that important to.
There is specific language as the law, that the language is specific as the law is specific. And when you want to talk about entering things into the mail as personal mail entered into the U.S. mails, that is distinctly different than dispatching your own private articles from point A to point B that pass through the U.S. mails, from point of origin to the final destination. When you enter things into the U.S. mails, they are permanent records that are meant to be entered in to the statistical record of the
What
National
the fuck are you
Archives.
talking about? You're literally saying nothing at all.
Shut up and let me finish. Because when you enter things into the mails, they go into the public record in the National Archives. That is
Shut
a
the
public
fuck up. You're
that is
goofy
a
as
public,
shit.
that is a public journal, and you have the right to express yourself through a private journal. Period.
Where's
Equal
the
station
public journal of mail? Where can I access the public journal of mail? Hey, short bus.
Why don't you ask the Director General of the International Bureau?
I don't know him, but I do know you, and you're the one telling me about it.
Your research is limited to the United States. You don't go above and beyond to the international treaties.
Because that's where we live, guy. We live here.
Yeah. You live in the United States, and that's the problem. You don't understand what the United States
You
is.
don't, and that's the problem. I don't know where the fuck you're at, but it's... I mean, I do know where you're at because you doxed yourself.
Right. I mean, there's more miscommunication and misunderstanding with the language. So if both parties want to actually look at this information and decide how truthful it is, then it has to be given to each other and looked into and then given a proper response. But I don't know anything about the International Bureau of Mail Record. If I was to go
Jack
look for
doesn't
that, I'd
either.
start at the mall around Christmas time in one of those houses where the Santa Claus guy comes. I'd go up into the higher floors where they have the elves and look around in there. I don't get into all this because it's meaningless to me. I have no problem just paying the 5 cents for the fucking stamp once a year when I mail a letter. I'm not this involved in rights, freedom, and principles that I need to make my own stamp. With that said, I'm not out of the realm of understanding that most of life is bullshit. They've pimped and macked on us with everything. Why would the mail be any different? They've done it with everything.
Because it's a service. When you use a service, you pay. Somebody pays for it. That's
right. But again, there's a lot more going on here behind the scenes when it comes to certificates and trusts and grants and wealth creation and taxation. Right? Why are we paying taxes for United States services if we have to pay again when we go meet them? Someone's paying twice, no? Or collecting 2 and 3 times.
Oh, yeah.
So again, if this is a service that extends off of United States corporation and all the slaves have voluntarily paid tax, well, then they should have access to those services.
Taxes
No?
don't fund the post.
And when the United
what do the taxes? No, Wizard, let me just move through it for a second. What do the taxes fund exactly? Does anyone really know? Because I'm thinking it funds Nancy Pelosi's second house.
Censorship,
interest payment,
oppression. It pays citizens to go overthrow governments.
Right.
So people.
So maybe we just reappropriate all that tax money to like stamps, so Flow State and Wizard can stop arguing. Stamps for everybody, Oprah style. Look under your seats. There's stamps under there. We don't have to make them anymore. We don't have to pay for them. We can all mail letters from now till forever because slave tax was paid.
Well, apparently he never made stamps. He was always franking.
Real simple.
Again, if you're involved in some bizarre sexual escapade, I really don't want to know about it. Whoever this Frank guy is, you keep it to yourself. This is a family broadcast. Go ahead, Wizard Creature. I know you're getting upset. The mail upsets you.
Real simple research will lead one to realize that the gross domestic product is where
Have a stroke. Have a stroke. Have a stroke. Have.
That's all right. either you're going to let him talk or you're going to interrupt him. And Wizard, you're either going to let him be a moron or act out because he's being a moron. I mean, we don't have to act out because he decides to be a moron.
All right, I'll mute up. I'll mute up, and he can say all his bullshit.
Real simple research will tell you that the gross domestic product is where the taxes come from. When the nation's leaders go forth in the Postal Congress every year and give a percentage of the gross domestic product to the IMF, this is what Trump was pissing and moaning about back in the day when he was president. And it was because the United States was paying a large portion of other nations' tax into the IMF. And that was raising the interest rate and the inflation rate on the US dollar here in the Americas. This is already paid. The taxes are paid from the gross domestic product every year from every nation's leaders. It is a loan to the IMF to extend credit from the people that put the sweat equity into those gross domestic products. You already paid the taxes with your labor.
Right. The reality of this is whether or not he's explaining it correctly or where it can be comprehended, there is a sufficient amount of evidence that leads to a reason to believe that there's a lot more to the story with a lot of this stuff. They're getting paid 2 and 3 times. They're paying all their buddies and going to war with the money. And we're sitting here arguing with each other on why we should continue to pay into a beast system of slavery and genocide that obviously cannot manage itself and its affairs and is either incompetent at best or corrupt at worst. And I think we know these people are far from incompetent. If they want to lie, cheat, steal, and go to war, they know exactly how to do it. So yeah, I mean, again, I'm not into the lower level interpersonal battles on these panels more often nowadays because there's certain unifying principles and ideas we can come to understand just in common sense alone, let alone what the fuck these people are writing down. So it would seem to me if you're going to give a third of everybody's fucking labor over to this corporation, which I still won't accept the agreement, but you all will, right? Then you should at least get, I guess, accesses to the products and services that this corporation offers. I would think that would be the point. So to have to pay them when you get there would be redundant. If not, we'll just not pay taxes and we can privatize the whole governmental system and you can pay per service. So when I call police to protect me from myself or others, I'll pay for that service individually. If I don't require that service, then I won't pay for it. I'm not paying into something to have to pay twice only for them to slave me and genocide me on the back end. Thank you for your service.
Keith, everything he's just said does not have anything to do with you being absolutely wrong still. You're absolutely wrong still.
Absolutely, I'm wrong. Yep.
You are. When you go on your bullshit rambles, I pull out specific phrases that you say, like Postal Congress, and I look up those. There's no such thing as the Postal Congress. You can search it in Google. Not one document comes up, not one page talking about a Postal Congress. That's not a thing. Jack, you ever heard of a Postal Congress?
There is a Universal Postal Union, the UPU, that I'm aware of, but a Postal Congress, there's a lot of organizations. I don't know. But Wizard, what you were saying about things being entered into the mail automatically go to some registry, dude, that is not
the public permanent record of mail.
The general ledger.
See, you're just saying words again, man.
It is it is logged into the general ledger as an expense of the U.S. Postal Service.
Is that the same thing as the public record?
Yes. You can look up the expenses and the profits and losses of the U.S. Postal Service.
That is not a register of mail being entered into the mail stream. That's a collection of data.
Statistics. That's why the machines count it and put that little digital code on it.
You see how far that goalpost just went home.
All right, give me the final words. I got to get out of here anyway. I want to go to the store. Pretty
Happy
sure they
cupcake
close at 7.
season. Snafu, don't worry. They'll be back at it again soon. Heckle Bus, you're fucking retarded.
Congress is the supreme authority of the Universal Postal Union and meets every 4 years plenipotentiaries from the UPU's 194 countries now, which are the presidents and their nation, his cabinet members that need to go forth in that postal Congress in his support. That's the plenipotentiary powers, and you have the equal station in life. You don't need a military. You don't need a secretary. You can do all of those things yourself. Fucking bitch ass slaves.
I love this whole thing now too. You'll watch the tribal politics where Jack comes up, restreams his platform to me. So now Flow State decides it's okay, like a cat. He's circled around and he's decided he can piss here too. And now we have Scott 2B, who's asking for a link, who hasn't been here in months. So all of them, once one circles around, urinates, they go, oh, that's a scent we recognize. They come around, they urinate. Then another one, I mean, come on. I just told you final words, and now you're going to ask me for the link and bust my balls, Scott. Give me a break. You don't have to piss here too, just because Jack and Flow State been up here.
Respect.
So give me the final words, people. Let me get out of here. I want to be out of here within 10 minutes.
Respect. Thank you for today. I didn't mean to come and mark or piss on your paddle. I didn't. Okay.
Oh, I'm just sort of teasing a little bit about the idea,
I know. I'm playing into it.
I look at it as good faith, right? For you to restream me to your channel is like saying, like you said, you're letting me drive the car today. So I appreciate that as a show of good faith and a lack of egoic control. So you're respected for that as far as I'm concerned.
Respect. Enjoy the rest of the day. God bless all
Thank
of
you,
you.
Mr.
All
Talcott.
of Australia. Blessings for all.
God.
All right. Where am I? Let's see. I think, is this still going? I think I successfully left. I'm going to stop that. And you know what? For those who are here, wish to join, please feel free and click the link. The goal for me for today, I feel as though I've achieved what I hoped for. And what I hoped for today, as I click go live, was to share some observations, some of the inspirations I did receive today. The thoughts, and just to remind maybe those who might have missed in the beginning, allow yourself to take the words, right, out of the mind and into your heart. And really consider, what does it mean to know good? Like, what if these words are true? God is the good. And all of us get to perceive and experience and observe and interpret, but it really is each of us. We have the ability to intentionally seek the good. It does not mean that you become stupid and willfully ignorant, just ignoring the negative. But brothers and sisters, when we can find the negative, move beyond that into the good, we can find ways to accept the facts. We can accept each other's existence and nature of being just as they are, just as the world is. And if we can find within ourselves the acceptance, and then acceptance of the information within us, and then find an agreement within ourselves, why do I receive these facts as good? What is good about this? What is good about me losing my job? What is good about this change in relationship? What is good about this tragedy? And there are tragedies we encounter, brothers and sisters, but if all you do is spend your time focused on the darkness, if your day is spent with your mind, your energies placed in the negativity, in the fear, in the hate, there's easier ways to live. Okay. And it's much, I found within myself the ability to accept, to be strong and grounded and true and honest. And number one, that's the key, brothers and sisters. Honesty, humility to whatever is true from within us, around us. It's the truth. When we accept and know the truth, we don't need to fight for what is true. You present the truth. You allow the truth to stand. And brothers and sisters, I'm hoping to show. I'm hoping that in the evaluation of all the facts and evidence that may be around, I am hoping there's enough facts to show there's some good to be found here. And brothers and sisters, thank you again. I think I'm going to wrap this up, unless I'm not seeing folks popping up. But brothers and sisters, it is my dream, my hope, my vision, and I make no claims to know the future. I'm very humble about what I do not know. But if there's a way, brothers and sisters, for peace to be found on this world, I want to be a part of it. I really do. Well,
are you rapping? Are you coming or going?
You know, I'm indifferent. Honestly, I'm open either way. So I shared what I kind of wanted to, and then I challenged myself. You know, tried to test a few things. Can I figure out this StreamYard? Because I haven't done it this way before. Something different.
Yeah, I think you did it fine. It went well. I think the only suggestion is there a way to make? There's not a way to make it. Oh yeah, there is. To put the full screen up on your StreamYard tab. London man.
I could have restreamed just the YouTube part, and I think that would have done what I wanted. Welcome, London. Good to see you too, brother.
Oh my God. Mic check.
A little soft. I'm going to turn you up if we can. Oh, you're up all the way. You're soft a little bit.
Let me see what I can do.
Please.
Give me a second.
Hey, you know, I am while these metaverse, the YouTube realm, it's introduced and opened me up, my life, to a lot of different personalities and a lot of different ideas. But my faith, it really is growing every day.
How could it get any bigger?
Because I'm giving up even more. I'm surrendering even more. Honestly, this is the key. The devil made, you know, in the archetypes, in the conceptual, the devil will tempt us with all sorts of things, but not humility. Humility, that is how we actually reduce ourselves and increase our faith in the Creator. That's what I've actually been trying to do.
The older I get, the more I realize how like profound it is that the devil wanted to be God, right? Like there's a lot of layers to just that statement alone. I'm not even religious.
Well, I think it's a story about each of us, our own consciousness.
I do too.
There's the spirit of us, which is greater and loving and patient. And then there's that ego of us that wants to play God. It wants to live in this realm as though I'm the one in charge. Everything around me is because of me. Sound familiar? People we know?
Yeah. Yep. But in a weird like twist, being that self-centered is disempowering, if that makes sense.
It truly is. And from experience, what I've realized is a lot of this self-centered arrogance, it's not a sign of power. It's a sign of lack and insecurity within.
Yep.
Welcome, Scott.
Good evening. What's happening, fellas?
You got
just
the nice
cupcaking, cupcake after party.
cupcake at after party.
Before I forget to say anything, Jack, you and Paul are definitely gay.
Both of us?
Yes, together.
Are you sure? How so?
Positive.
The evidence is overwhelming.
That display today was something else. I was working. I was at a customer's house and doing this project, and I'm like trying to listen to the discussion, but like I for sure don't want them to walk out and hear it. You
want to listen, but don't want to get caught listening.
Right.
Or, yeah.
So I'm like listening to it on real low, like trying not to use power tools.
Try not to use power tools. You're using the hand tools, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, sawzall, impact, things like that. It's just like,
yeah.
Man. Every time I run a power tool, I can't hear this motherfuckers in their gay cupcakes. But this is amazing.
I'm quite confident that I've explored my questions in sexuality already. I'm quite comfortable.
I'm sort of just joking on the main level, but like I don't know. There's a basement to that joke, and I'm not going down there.
What are you gonna do when the aliens get here, Jack? You gonna consider an alien, maybe?
He's gonna tell them to end wars, man. Obviously, who needs the UN when you've got the Space Confederation?
Right. I actually think that is a possibility. I mean, it's a remote possibility, but
your faith has grown.
Hey, I'd like to be an ambassador, if I may, to help the visitors understand that the humans seem a little.
On that.
What's that?
Randy Quaid can help you with that. I think he's had a few experiences. Independence Day, Randy Quaid.
Oh yeah. Okay, I got you. It was a decent joke. I don't. You know what? If I'm the first one to get it, I don't watch movies. I don't follow celebrities. I just learned who Doja Cat is. That's a weird bitch, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
I've heard that name, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Check her out sometime.
She shaved her head off. Is that the one, Flow State? She shaved their head off.
Oh, a lot of them did that. I don't know if she did. I just saw the video of her with the little devils and stuff. She has a music video with some. It's pretty demonic. I'll look for it if you're interested.
I don't pay any credence to that shit. I turn away from that stuff.
Well, that's why your soul is pristine, Scott.
Hey, Jack.
Might I only wish?
Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Sounds much better.
Good stuff. Yeah, it was good to see, you and Paul on a good ground, like there wasn't arguing or nothing like this. It's just, how long will that last for though? I mean, it's good to see. It is good to see. Don't get me wrong. It is good to see, Jack. It's very good to see. But I hope it lasts forever. I know nothing lasts forever, but
I hope it can be a change in direction. Today, I know there's times where we have communicated, and there's times even where we've had fun, but what I understand about people, and even with this Paul dynamic, for all of us, it's easier to be authentic when we feel safe. And as Paul has come over here on this stream, well, my purpose is not necessarily the same as his. While it looks a lot the same, I actually I don't like entertaining that stuff as much. And so anyway, he comes over here, and so he's not able to be how he's comfortable. And I think actually some of you guys may feel that too sometimes.
Feel what?
That maybe you got to walk on eggshells, be a little gentle or fragile with what you say with me. And anyway, I've imagined maybe Paul might be picking up on some of that. So I thought over on his stream, maybe he'll be more comfortable. And today, Joe was there and Dex. It didn't seem as right. If it was just Wizard and Nubs, I wouldn't have even tried.
Wizard.
Jack, I think the pure tenacity of you sticking to your guns, sticking to your, core values is, I mean, for all intents and purposes, they can't beat that out of you. So in essence, it's beating them down.
What would we do without Scott's generic advice?
We'd talk.
Do you have ground effects on your ceiling?
What?
That looks pretty cool.
Do you have ground effects on your ceiling?
Yes, and on the floor. Yeah, but all around. In the room over there, everywhere. No, actually just there, and then I put them in my mom's room too for the ceiling. I was gonna.
Did you get her a strobe light?
Haven't done it. She passed, so I don't think I'm gonna do it because we're gonna sell the house most likely. So, but, yep, I did all that shit. It's just those strips of lights on the crown molding. They went up cool, but I don't like it as good because you see each individual light. But she really liked it, so what the hell. But when it's on the cabinet there facing up, it really kind of looks cool and sets all the shit, kind of highlights it.
Humans are creative.
The other day, man, you kicked me before I was able to fucking finish my point. You do that quite a bit. Just bringing that up.
Just to like you and Tommy and Cage.
Well, I never do anything that I can't source or back up. So
all the time you do.
I'm
frequently the sources that you use don't apply to the sentence you said.
The Supreme Court case that I was bringing up, the last thing that I said before you put me in the back, I cited the Supreme Court case, the year, and what it was.
I don't remember the specifics. It's all there for anybody to go back on. But
no big deal. Just out of all due respect.
And here's the other thing, Scott, and I don't mean this insultingly, but I don't know if it's because your hearing is bad, but you have a weird way of barging in to the middle of other people talking. So I mean, like, I don't know how to resolve that problem, but it would behoove you to figure out how to know when other people are talking.
Thank you.
I'll be honest with you, and what I've noticed, because I've gone back and listened to some of these to try and figure that out, is the people that I'm stepping over. Like, I might be listening to you. There might be 3 other people on the panel, and someone else might talk, and somehow my brain never caught it. Like,
your brain never caught it, or your ears don't hear it? Is it a mic?
Ears don't hear it. Brain doesn't caught it. Never registered. There was another voice over here.
Right. Well, if it. Yeah, I mean, they're different things. If it didn't register, you didn't notice it, but you heard it, I don't know.
Potentially, I'm just saying, when I go back and listen to it, and you were saying I was talking over people, and you were like, fuck, and then I realized, oh, there was someone else that was talking. That's who I was talking over. If you listen, I went, you didn't say a fucking thing. My response to you was, you didn't say a fucking thing.
Yeah.
And it wasn't you that I was talking to.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I'm not like accusing you or blaming you. I'm just telling you, like, this is an issue that you have regularly.
Yes, Scott, I've had the same issue with you, and it's quite been frustrating. So,
to be honest, I think most of the people in the metaverse have this issue.
Possibly, yeah.
I'm serious. It's something I've picked up on. Right, you can never get to finish your sentence, right, and then maybe gather your thoughts to carry on with something. As soon as you take a breather to get onto your next paragraph, someone wants to up your back real quick. I like to give people space because they might want to say something else after they finish, right? So I'm not just quick up their ass, but some people are like that. I mean, it's the way they communicate, but I let it flow. I just take my time with it.
This is something I think what Bex was talking about earlier on the other stream is that I think that's who said it, but it's a pattern that we have. It's the ego. We've got a tendency to, to feel comfortable. We want to take control. And sometimes even dominating the conversation is a way of control. But I don't know about you guys. Here's what I see in this world, right? We've got all these wars on the global stage, local stage. All of our conflicts and disagreements truly come down to miscommunication the majority of the time. And so many times on these panels, this is where I've been observing human behavior. It's real easy and quite fascinating. People have multiple conversations on these panels. It's like conversation starts, someone is struck with an idea from the word unrelated to the topic. So then they take over, and then the conversation goes over here and here and here. And eventually we do kind of get around to things, but I honestly think communication would be a very important thing for all of us to try and improve, because it is our vocabulary. It is the language we use that creates the stories we tell ourselves. And those stories create the meanings of what we do and see. I don't think people pay attention, honestly.
I think they do. I think most of the jumping in to get the next word, and most of that picks up once you break about it, depending on who it is, right? Like, but generally, if once you get over about 4 people, then there's sort of a rush to be the next one in, or else it'll get lost. And I think that's less a function of people not having communication skills and just more a function of one medium, 8 sources. It's just
one response I would have to that is I find myself oftentimes with a thought that's 3 minutes old, still trying to keep up with the conversation and still wanting to make a point that's now fucking redundant in the first place. But now you catch that lull in the action, and you're like, hey, what about fucking Tommy and what he said? And everybody's like, well, we're fucking past that. So
the thumbnail for this video is fantastic, by the way.
For today's? Yes, thank you. I don't know if I've even spoken to her. Someone is sharing creative talent and having a little fun with me and at me. And, I was thinking about that. I do call people dumbass, but it really is out of love. And dumbass is factual on many occasions. So is that wrong?
Nope, not at all. It would be wrong of you to change that.
Thank you.
And it's less malicious. I don't think it's that malicious.
Right.
That's how I talked to Paul. That's how he said, oh, Scott's looking for a link. I said, all right, see you, dumbass. I'll Jack's, because that's literally where I saw it today. You were on his post. I literally came up, saw your backstage for him, and then went over there and was like thinking about coming up. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah. He kind of pulled, well, maybe he mentioned it. I didn't pay attention, but he kind of pulled a Jack today and got the urge to shut her down. Time to go. I respect that.
He went longer than he has lately, and he cupcaked harder. And
you know what? He's trying to find his way. I think he's got a good heart. He's probably got good intentions. And today I've seen growth in myself, developing more grounding and less emotional. And I think I've even seen Paul as well. Not just him. I've seen a lot of people. Maybe because that's what I'm looking for. I'm hoping to see signs of growth. Because, guys, this world is nuts. Serious. The international climate, it is, at some point, we're going to have to introduce some different ideas. Someone is. And continuing
like more capitalism,
What's that?
More capitalism, for instance?
No.
I think the ideas may have already been implemented. We're just waiting for, that all-out swap. But we're going to be falling victim to this system that is well fucking ahead of what we think it is.
We are the system, man. People like to forget that we are the system. We all participate in it. We all buy our electronics from slave labor in China. We all eat our steroid pumped up fake food. We all demand the things for the cheapest prices. We all bitch when inflation. We're all part of the system.
We are also the solution for the system, because the system is broken. The broken system has created a generation of I won't say everyone's broken, but many people are damaged. If you look at a person as far as their character, not physical, but their character, many people are damaged because they don't respect what is right, what is true. This society literally profits from excuses and blame. Excuses and blame are what make the employers and the bosses want to shortchange their employees or overcharge their customers or, waste.
All right, Lou Bass. Not all of us eat our fake food. Some of us eat roadkill. You got me.
True.
Ugh.
Yep. That is one thing I gotta, you gotta at some level have some sort of respect when you get past the disgust of, scraping up roadkill for dinner.
I just want to know what the flattest thing he ever ate was.
Huh. I don't,
Yeah, how much of a pancake did he scrape up and go ahead and fry up?
From the way it sounds, I mean, it doesn't sound like he's really ignorant, but he's willing to consume.
He's alive still. He looks damn good for as old as he is.
Yeah.
He probably has a tapeworm.
Probably.
Oh, fucking hell, Flow State. Jesus Christ. Oh, God.
Well, you got to give him credit, though, for at least considering natural and trying to conserve.
That'd be the first guy I'd look to if shit went wrong. My fat ass would not go hungry. I'd be going, Lube ass, come here, dude.
His ass wouldn't go hungry. Your fat ass would be fucked.
If I found Lube, I'd be fine. I'd buddy up with him.
And I was just about to give Lou credit for the comment right above the one where he douchebags me. I was just about to say, I can't figure out Lou. Sometimes he says just really insightful, on point shit, and the rest of the time he's a complete fucking moron. And before I could get those words out, he shifted gears again, and the wind changed, and he's back to being a moron.
Yep. Yep.
Well, taxidermy and stuff like that. I mean, I do have some respect for the guy because these are skills that are passed down, not typically fucking taught in a trade school. And so he spent some time and learned some shit, and I think that's pretty cool. Hopefully he'll share it with others and pass it on.
But Lou Bass, it's cupcake season, brother.
Amen.
We're ending world peace one panel at a time.
Yeah, I'll cupcake.
I'm sorry, we're ending wars. We're ending
Thank
world
you.
peace.
World
That Freudian slip there.
Well, yeah, I think both are true. We're the goal is to bring world peace a panel at a time, but holy cows,
Flo slipped into Jackstown for a minute.
the peace gets opposed and interrupted. But
What a weird hobby taxidermy would be. Why would anybody do taxidermy? Is there money in it?
Yes, fuck yeah. People fucking kill a deer. They want to put that 6-point buck because that's all they can shoot. Yeah,
They hit it with the truck on the way home.
exactly. I shot him at 400 yards with a fucking BB gun. Yeah, the fucking truck hit. But actually, there's someone else hit. They just got the fucking antlers of it. I guess that's it. I mean, I've seen all kinds of things taxiderm. People, even Donald Trump's kids have gone over and been bitched at for shooting big game over in Africa, elephants and shit like that. So I know that.
I mean, there is people that do it for their pets and things like this. They hate to bury it. When they wake up or get up out of their sofa, they want to see their dog stuffed right next to them, right? They don't want to break that bond. But I can understand that to some extent, some weird extent. I can understand that part, right? But when people go out there and do it for sports and then take it home and stick it up there on the mantelpiece, like there must be some point where you're thinking, is this right or wrong? I'm just taking animals for trophies. No, like,
I've got my house decorated in animal body parts.
I know you have.
No, I don't. I don't. I think it's kind of weird.
It is weird, in my opinion. But I can understand, your pet, you kind of taxiderm it and have it next to you, right?
No, I think pet is way weirder than like
I
something
do
you
too.
shot hunting.
I fucking do too. I was just gonna say that, Fluffy's gone. You don't want to sit there and pet Fluffy any fucking more.
Look at that dusty old crumbling thing that used to. Ugh.
Oh wow.
And look at the eyes looking at you. That creeped me the fuck out. Now,
You know what else is creepy is I agree. This background you got going on, Jack, is quite unsettling. Why are all those people looking at me?
they're there to learn.
They're zombies.
Yeah, it's
This
the
is-
masses.
This is the living dead right here.
This is one of the art contributions that Moose offered.
He set you up again.
Yeah, right?
He knows goddamn well it's creepy.
It's a little. Some
And
of these,
it's inspirational.
well,
No, it's not.
I thought today with the combining the thumbnail, the Imagine Disagreements, trying out I don't know. Today was a day I just
Juxtaposition, is that what that was?
Yes, there you go. Thank you.
Uh-huh. I see. I can see the logic. You'll get better with practice.
That's the idea.
Maybe Moose will stop sabotaging you with this picture.
It's like someone brought a drone into church. Are they looking up at a drone or something?
There's something in there.
I'm pretty sure it's an AI image.
It probably is. I think he was playing with some of those things.
I refuse to play with AI, like Chat GPT and stuff. Like I'm not. I understand that the devil is around me, but I'm not going to find him.
There's probably a big pipe organ at the back of the church they're all looking up at.
You said big pipe, and I was like, where?
Or they've probably got one of those crying Mary statues stuck up there. It's probably crying Mary they're looking at.
Donate $100 and you can see the statue we put water on.
You know, does anybody remember the apparition of Mary in Florida that was that big wall at the side of a building?
I thought you were going to say the grilled cheese.
No, it was a big, giant fucking glass wall, and it had the apparition of Mary down. It looked like weeping Jesus, and then some kids went and threw a fucking rock through it. That was about 15 minutes from my house. It's the last picture of my grandparents we had was they went over to look at that wall. But it really was cool. If you go look at that, look it up. It's just like the outline of Mary, and what it was is gas and stuff because it was right along a main highway, US 19. There was a palm tree there, so the water hit the wall with the palm tree. Basically, just created this neat aberration. And I mean, to this day, there's still like a little church that owns the building, and they still have the lower glass that has the image of what looked like Jesus, but the kids threw the rock through it. So they should have guarded it better. Maybe put a fucking covering over it so they couldn't have thrown a rock through it. Kind of sad. But that was cool. Steve, I just saw his comment. Steve's probably, 20, 30 minutes from there himself. I don't know if he's ever seen it. Do you know what I'm talking about, Jack? If you ever look it up, I mean, it's literally like a 3-4 story high aberration. I mean, it was really cool. Maybe 2 or 3 stories. Huh?
I've never heard of it. I've never heard of that before. Interesting.
Look at Clearwater, Florida, Apparition of Mary. Jack, you can pull that up easy enough. Actually,
For what?
if you want to, don't. I'm not telling you to.
I got married on Clearwater Beach.
What's that?
I got married on Clearwater Beach.
Beautiful place, man. I've spent my whole life just, 25, 30 minutes from the beach there.
Oh no, my ex-wife worked at the Hard Rock down there in Tampa. She was a poolside waitress for quite a while.
Ex-girlfriend lost her life there. I'm looking at her dining room set over here. She actually was pronounced somewhere else, but boy, Council Oaks went there and just drank her ass off. Unbelievably.
Hey, so Scott, did you say you got a taxidermied right there? Did you say?
He just looked over at her. Didn't you see that?
We took her over to the state fairgrounds across the highway so nobody, see it. Did it over there. But that would have been pretty cool.
Steve, you go there. That's tight. Yeah. She was a poolside waitress for a few years. She quit that like right before we got together. But sounds like it was fun. I like the place. I don't really gamble,
your
but
girl was there working at Hard Rock.
Yeah, she was a poolside waitress for a couple of years.
I've probably seen her. She looked. I don't know her because I never really hung out at the pool. I would go there, for different reasons. But she looked familiar for some reason. It's probably that there. I mean,
how have you seen my ex-wife?
Oh, I was thinking your girlfriend. You said
no. My ex-wife was a.
Yeah, no. Your girlfriend looked the blonde hair. I didn't. I was just trying to place that. That would make sense, but fuck, if she's never been in Florida, that would.
Uh-oh.
What?
What can you say? I've been in Kansas and Kansas.
I was pulling your leg.
So, did you spend time in Florida besides that, or she just did?
I mean, we not a ton of time. I spent some time. We almost moved to Miami right after we got married, but we spent, I've spent a handful of weeks in Clearwater. Her best friend still lives down there, and so the year before our wedding, her best friend and her husband got married, so we went down for I've vacationed down there a lot, but I never lived there.
So do you know where Oldsmar is?
No, they lived in Brandon.
It's Clearwater, Oldsmar, and then Tampa, which I'm Upper Tampa Bay, Tampa, which means you just go through like 5 minutes of Oldsmar and you're in Clearwater. So I mean, I'm literally on the edge of Oldsmar, which puts me just 10 minutes from the edge of Clearwater. So
And what's
been
that place? Frankie's. There is it Frankie's Crab Shack or something?
You talking about Frenchies?
Frenchies. Fuck yeah.
There's
Jack's like,
several of
goddamn,
them.
this conversation's boring.
They're awesome though. We'll leave it like this. We'll leave it like this and go back to Jack. Frenchies, buddy of mine, guy owns it. I don't know him real well, but he owns restaurants, several of them, and owned a hotel there. Anybody that gets a hold of this stream and hears about it, the fucking place is awesome. The food is awesome. Everything about it, the atmosphere and all, it's awesome. So everything you want as far as seafood.
We can drop this conversation before Jack decides to just call it quits on the whole stream. But I'll see because my ex-wife and her best friend were both poolside waitresses. I'll see if I can find an old picture of them. If you guys went there a lot, you might recognize them. But
absolutely. So back to your stream, Jack. Do you know the girl that's doing the you just have them being sent to you, the thumbnails, or you not actually met her or talked to her?
Yeah, I don't think we've spoken. We've communicated, but doesn't matter.
Well,
Yeah.
Are you wanting people to put some bullshit? Or not, I don't want to say bullshit. That came out wrong. So try and send some stuff to you that you might look at, use.
I'm open to whatever anyone thinks might be helpful. Please keep advice. Everyone's fucking abundant with advice, but if anyone thinks
ooh, that was salty.
Well, it's the world we live in. People run around and please, I have no specific face in my mind as I say this, but people run around offering their opinions and then moving on, telling themselves they've helped someone. A lot of times what I'm seeing, what I see often is advice is well intended, but it's coming from places of confusion and assumption. And
I think it's mostly just people trying to engage in the conversation.
That too. You're right. Thank you. There is some of that.
Blame me for that. But can I make an observation? Haplessly stumbling forward with an intended goal or target and continually reminding yourself that's your goal and that's your target, I've found to be a better approach for a shitty employee than one that's just not going to pay attention to the fucking task at hand at all. So,
good generic advice.
Running groups of people, well, I'm just trying to say, in trying to deal with people and keep things moving, there's once in a while that you're just going to have to point and continue to point. So if we get off of topic, Jack, and I know this is your panel, I'm just saying, hey, maybe sometimes you need to point, and I know that, that does hurt our feelings, or maybe mine, or other people get up in their feelings, but you do have priority here. That's my opinion. So other than London, I think, London, England, I think the Crown has something to say over fucking the whole U.S. So fuck me if I'm wrong.
See, but do you know what? I mean, to some degree, you're right, but at the same time, I hate having to tell a grown person to stay on point, stay on track. I really hate it. I feel embarrassed myself just telling someone to do it, stay on point. I really do. I feel embarrassed for myself and slightly for the person and most of the people that's able to listen and to know what's going on. Because I do get a lot of people that used to do that to me, just come up there just to talk and go far away from the topic or the original thought that's been brought to the table. But go on, you got it.
Well, let's address that a little bit. Think about what's happening in this world where things are moving faster, clip, clip, clip. People's minds have been trained to be less attentive. And then at some sense of the discussion, you're trying to keep track of a panel full of shit going on. And I think people do get lost in their own consciousness sometimes. And at the same time, trying to keep those switches on so that they can participate. Now, we're not in the same room. The manners are even less evident, and I don't think they're intentional. And I think sometimes, well, in some cases, they obviously are. But in some cases, I think, and I'm speaking to myself specifically.
Quite often.
What's that?
Get out, bro.
Scott, I
No,
love you, brother, but you come on these panels and you speak to yourself quite often.
But no, I know, and I agree with you. And I'll say this: my path and what I've gone through has led me through a lot of difficulties, and I sit with those same difficulties today. And to sit and explain to you exactly what they all are, I'll go back panel and talk to you about some of them. But they do leave me maybe in that position where I'm not as attentive as I like to be. I am trying to overcome some obstacles just to be in the moment in certain circumstances. And it's, is that anybody else's fault? No. Is it their responsibility to cater to me? I know I don't expect that either. But the understanding that not everything is as easy for other people as it may be for you, I think is something that you need to be, cognizant of, because there's people out here that you still want their attention and maybe even their participation or not. That's up to you. But keep in mind, they can't all have the same experience as you, or this world wouldn't be the way it is. This is a unique place where we're all doing
Hey, Scott.
Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
You, me, the world.
Okay. So generic advice, do you have any relevance to any of the beings who are here? I mean,
change my name to generic advice over here. Hang on.
well, when it was pointed out, it does seem to be an accurate description. And it's not just
double down on it. That's fine.
Well, Scott, I've been here. This has been my experience many times. People get offended because I'm asking for relevance. Okay. I'm trying to be patient. I mean, we're sharing the panel and the time, but what is the relevance? I mean,
if you don't get why I said that or why I responded to what was said prior to that, then I don't know how I could explain the relevance to you.
Maybe because you're not paying attention to the relevance, Scott.
I was particularly attentive to the relevance, and I spoke directly to what was previously said.
Yes. But again, what was previously said was just some conversation, some thoughts that got remembered, and we're going down memory lane, and then memory lane changes to Scott wanting to, I don't know. Is this the Scott show, dude?
Pardon me, Jack. Move along. Can we?
Well, I tried, and then you insisted that I was wrong and not as understanding that it was me who was wrong about missing the relevance of what you're saying. Well, Scott, actually, it's not just you. Guys, there is opportunities in this lifetime to try and achieve some great and amazing things. It is my goal to try and find a way to be of greater service in my community, in this nation, and hopefully the world.
Hey, Jack, I'm just here to chill and kick it with you, bro. I ain't here to talk you to death or convince you of anything. I'm just here to smoke and chill, just to let you know.
I know. And you know what? I don't mean to respawn this way. This is my own shit, obviously. But in my defense, just so maybe understood, I do feel complete. I mean, I came on, I shared the inspirations about God being the good, and we have the opportunity to seek the good. And then I went over to Paul's platform, tried to have some peace, and, maybe I'm pushing my limits. Scott, it's not you, it's my frustration, I guess.
I contribute to it, man. I'm high as giraffe pussy, so don't mind me. I'm just over here having fucking, rather than get my mind melted with fucking public foolish bullshit, I'm here trying to learn something. And
Amen.
you know, not for nothing. I have.
Hey, I tell you this much: you learn a lot just by watching and being quiet as a dormouse.
London.
That is how I'm learning.
Where do you
I'm not
actually
saying
live?
you. Sorry, pardon one more time.
Where do you live?
London.
Where in London? I mean.
Okay. East London, pontoon dock.
How far is that from the O2?
Literally 10, 15 minutes, my friend.
Wow.
Literally.
How many shows you seen there?
Two shows, about 2 shows. Hip hop shows, though. They were hip hop shows.
That'd be beautiful to see that fucking place in all its glory. I'm a songwriter. I've had songs on the radio locally here, some regionally, and I've opened up for a few big names, but worked on stuff. So the only thing that and there's not going into it's a Scott show, Jack. I'm just going to say, when we all come together, if people don't accept people for who and what they are, they might not ever get to know who and what they are.
Their problem.
That's what Flo would say. That's a Flo.
Well, actually, that is, I mean, that generic is true. It's what I've been personally experiencing. Sometimes people don't want to accept people or things for how they are. People want to run with it the way things seem. And things are not always as they seem. And I might even encourage you to consider things are seldom the way they seem. Well, that's not entirely true either.
Things are often as they seem. I'll back you up with that. But they're seldom the way that we perceive them. Our perception's off when we have little perspective. Once you get in and look at shit and have a better perspective, that's when you should be judged.
Yes.
However fucking generic that sounds.
A closer perspective. But here, let's bring this, if I can, something I've learned. It's not just accepting others, accepting that yourself for who you are. Because once you can accept yourself for who you are or who someone else is, if you want to, there's a big distinction between someone else and yourself, though, is the desire to want to know. Because we don't have to know everyone, and we get to choose. Who do I want to know? Who do I want to allow into my experience and into my time? But people are, what happens is all these labels, all these echo chambers, these societies and cliques start forming. People get so caught up in their small little version of the world. And then it's so easy to create this us and them mentality. And I don't have time for them. I got to care about us. We got to accept each other and understand. Sorry, go ahead.
My just question, is it bandwidth? I mean, are people unable to like contemplate or think further through things?
It would seem so.
That would be my assumption, but what do you think? Unable or unwilling? How about that?
They're so inundated that they've given up. They don't know what to think about anymore.
I think there are many like that. You're right. And it's kind of sad, in my opinion. I see a lot of people who have the appearance they've thrown in the towel. Or
the older they get, the more that's the case. Once you
praise
start
God.
What?
Praise God.
I'm an exception to that because it was just before the half century mark. I'm ready to fucking get started. I'm just starting this lifetime until it ends. I'm here to live. And I want to share life. I want to share like that feeling of life and excitement for life and the gratitude. And And
You've been retaining too long.
possibly. That is very possible. I am really looking forward to when my life changes. When
Let it blow.
Oh man.
Hey
Bro,
Jack,
I'm feeling fulfilled.
what
Thanks
if,
for having me up.
Thank you, Flo.
what if
God
you're
bless.
like, oh, he's gone. Peace out, Flo. I mean, I heard you just say a change for your life, right? What if that change include married again and more children? Is that something you consider?
I'm actually very open to that, to be honest. I was just
Man,
I had to I was
man.
blessed and spoke to my mom today. I mentioned in a previous stream, within me is this desire to be a good father. Previously, I said to be known as a good father, but it is a desire to be a good father. And if that means, I made my mistakes. I screwed up quite a bit with my son and relationships in the past, but should the opportunity come and there's a woman if there's one right, yeah, I'd be willing to play the monogamy game and start a family again. I don't know.
Nice. Good stuff. Good stuff.
The other part to that, though, is my first priority is I think trying to repair the past, and that's where honestly some of my frustration has been. Even when I'm up here dealing with strangers who have absolutely no involvement with that stuff, still in there. Oh, but here, the other thought to that too. So I have the desire to be a good father. Well, what is a good father? It's nothing more than a good man. So even without my own infants or adolescents in my life, I can be a good man for the children and the women around, because that's what a good father is a good man. What a good man does is creates and provides a safe space for children and for women. And it doesn't have to be our own children. We can work diligently together to create a safe space for the women and children in our neighborhoods, in our communities, in this world. I think that's what we should be doing. Because women and children are not as safe when we've got psychopaths in elected positions of power and influence, starting wars and sending death to other human beings while we're here. And they're doing this crap as the excuse. They're defending us, keeping us safe. Bullshit. Wars do not bring safety to this world. And I want a world where women and children and men, they can all feel safe wherever they go. I don't think that's an impossibility. I really don't.
Well, I mean, you say that, Jack, right? I understand what you're saying, with these lunatics that are in control of, who gets the final say of what's going down. And you'd think, the safest place for us would be in our households, right? But you get like crazy people in their own households that bring abuse to their children and their loved ones.
Yes,
so I mean, where is this safe place that we're all looking for? Could it just only be in our minds?
Actually, the safe place is in our heart. It's in our heart.
It's in our heart. You just fucking nailed it. You just nailed it.
I think the safe place it's been driven out of people's mind. I mean, tyranny and profit, they have more power when people are afraid. Okay, when they feel there is no safety, I can't be safe unless, right? Got to pay for the enforcement, got to pay for the governance. I think humanity, let's face it. Here as an American, I think there's been war and conflict our entire lives. Maybe not here on this soil, but U.S. involvement has been in wars and conflict all around this world. I'm 50 years here, and I think it's time to change. I really think God may allow it too, guys. Why would God not allow humanity to stop fighting each other?
Jack, I wrote a lyric called, well, the song is recorded, and I don't really like the tempo. It's pretty up tempo for the lyric altogether. But it is what it is. But the lyric is about that. It's what you said. The answer's in our hearts is one of the lines. And it's tell me what our children see, society and travesty, so much social decay and disease. Could there be more love between you and me? If I could do all that I can, lend a helping hand, be a better man, tell me what kind of man would I be? And would there be more love between you and me? And then it says, destiny is in our hearts. We got a chance to play our part. Let's give the children what they deserve. The answers in our hearts. Tell me what the children see. Society and travesty. We got to fix that. And then we just bounce back and forth between wrong and more wrong. What is the answer to a system that is plagued with corruption, that is infested with, well, I don't know if you want to call them straight up demons and shit, but it's infested with a cancer, if anything, that is feeding upon itself at best, and to the point of total annihilation if need be.
Right. So I thought I heard a question. Did you want it?
What is the answer? That's the question is, absolutely. Is there something we could do? How do we bring this?
I've explained my perception on this quite a number of ways, but what I see is that the citizens of a nation receive the government they allow. Okay? And it is in the founding philosophies and the principles of the Constitution of this land that, what is it? Freedom, liberty, the right to pursue happiness, freedom to own property, freedom to be free is our birthright. And we have not only the opportunity, we have the responsibility and the obligation to rise and confront any government that fails to provide those basic principles to its citizens. And our nation is not protecting freedom, life, liberty. It is a deception we're in. So to the answer of your question, if the citizens receive the government they accept, and we know there's corruption and ill intent, poor choices being made, what if a group of citizens or several groups of citizens started having conversations, started getting in the face and confronting publicly, not in the processes of the court, not in the limiting ways they want. Let's get creative to come together and see what we can do. Seriously.
Can I read you something? That's what Flo cut me off on the other night. Can I read it to you and let you see? It might be something to stand on.
Please.
It was literally no corporate jurisdiction. This is a 1795 case. It's Penn Hollow versus DOAN, DOANS administrators, and it's Supreme Court of the United States. And it says, in as much as every government is an artificial person, an abstraction, and a creature of the mind only, a government can interface only with other artificial persons. The imaginary, having neither actuality or substance, is foreclosed from creating and attaining parity with the tangible. The legal manifestation of this is that no government, as well as any law agency, aspect, or court, etc., can concern itself with anything other than corporate artificial persons and the contracts between them. SCR 1795, Supreme Court ruling 1795.
Are you still there? I think you may have got cut.
Can you hear me?
Now we can. I heard you read that.
Did you hear any of that?
We'll leave you. Sorry, Scotty. Jack, I gotta love you and leave you guys.
Did you hear any of that, Jack?
Thank you. Yes, Scott. Give me just a moment. London.
Sorry.
Thank you, brother. God bless. We'll catch you again.
Cheers, JT.
Good night, London. Good afternoon.
Yes, Scott. I heard it all came out, and then you got cut off right at the end. But I heard you bring that up before.
Right, I didn't get to finish on flows. The only time you would have heard me. The end of this is what kind of rounds it up. That I stand over the Constitution, not under it. You follow me?
Right.
So I'll share it with you. I'll send it to you.
All right. Before you do,
excuse me.
Okay. Well, I don't mean to interrupt. Please go ahead.
No, I don't want to.
Do you have? Is there relevance? I mean, I know you brought that up before, and you got it through here again.
If you're not seeing the relevance,
Scott, do you remember the topic before that I said that you didn't even acknowledge?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So what's the relevance between my suggestion that we get people in front of the citizens of government and actually have dialogue to confront?
It's the understanding is that the only citizens are the people working for the government. We're not citizens of the government, if you understand what's going on. And that's what I'm trying to explain. If we know what to stand on, we could better move forward in the venues that you're trying to obtain.
Okay, Scott. Okay, Scott. So if that's true, and I've now received this new education from you that only the employees are the citizens, what is the relevance to bringing forth solution? What is the connection to what I'm offering we can do? I don't understand. See, this is what I mean. It's like I have a conversation and someone else is having a totally different conversation.
You're wanting to gain and maintain some sort of relationship with people in power. Okay? But I'm suggesting that you're the one in power.
Gain. Where do you get? I'm trying to gain and maintain some sort of relationship with those in power.
If you don't maintain a relationship with people in local, then state, then the United States national level, and move to international. I don't think you just move right to international.
Well, Scott, we're back to your thoughts and not about what is real again. So.
Okay, I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to sit here and mute, or I'll just say goodbye if you're going to go ahead and close it down. No need.
No, Scott, I appreciate that. For whatever reason, we're not understanding each other. I am feeling. I'm ready to take a break and go refresh my energy. I appreciate it. Thank you, Scott.
Peace. Have a good evening.
All right. Much love, my friend. Brothers and sisters, those who tuned in for the 4 hours coming up for the long stream today, thank you for doing so. It's a Sunday afternoon. I started the stream with a little freedom, a little flexibility, and gave myself permission to try to flow, to try not to be uptight. I think I did a little better with that today, but you guys get to judge that, and the people on the panel, they may have a different opinion than me or you as well. So I don't know. Everyone gets to have their opinions, but brothers and sisters, it feels good to be free of conflict, to be free of fear, to be free of worry, to be free of hate. Feels good to be free. And the freedom to think and say and do whatever I want, which is the same rights as you. We each have the same number of the day, each day, same number of seconds. We have the same ability to consider, to cognize, to interpret. We have the same abilities to dream, to long for, to want. And brothers and sisters, life will bring us a lot of things that we don't want. It'll bring us a lot of things that maybe we don't understand. It's okay not to understand, but don't convince yourself you know, when in fact it's something you may not. Because I did that with myself. I spent a long time in this life thinking I knew, thinking I had all the answers. When I found the humility to recognize that I was wrong, oh man, it was painful. When I was wrong about my beliefs of the government, when I recognized I was wrong about some of the things I had taught my own flesh and blood, my son, when I realized I was wrong, and not only I'd been wrong, but I'd told people wrong, I felt that guilt, that shame. And within that guilt and that shame, brothers and sisters, I made a promise to myself to try and avoid those feelings again. So while I come on here while I present myself online, I try to do so with confidence, but the confidence is not so much in me. Confidence is in what I've been allowed to learn. Because the things I say, if I can explain it multiple ways from different perceptions, different factors, and I still reach the same conclusion, well, then that seems pretty true to me. And what I found to be true for me, brothers and sisters, is love. Love is the reason for living. And love is that power, that force that is known beyond the words. It's in the expressions of gratitude. It's in the expressions of praise, the expressions of faith, of trust, of adoration, of care. Brothers and sisters, choose to give yourself permission. It's okay. Tell yourself it's okay. It's okay to find love. It's okay to find peace. It's okay to be grateful, even in the face of pain and adversaries. I feel grateful to be, and brothers and sisters, thank you again. Please tune in again next time. We will see what the future reveals. Choose love, peace for everyone, and live without fear. God bless us all, and thank you.